Present here, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, delegates, and participants. A very warm welcome to the International Conference on Sustainable Technologies for Energy and Environment, ICSTEE 2025. As the World Conference intensifying challenges related to climate change, environmental degradation, and rising energy demands, the pursuit of scientifically robust and sustainable technological solution has become a global priority. This conference, jointly organized by PSG Institute of Advanced Studies and the ECS-IITM student chapter IIT Madras, brings together leading researchers, academicians, industry experts, and policymakers to engage in critical dialogue on advancements that define the future of clean energy systems and environmental resilience. We are honored to host each of you, and we look forward to insightful discussions, meaningful collaborations, and impactful knowledge exchange over the next 2 days. I invite all the guests, including the director and the heads of the department, please join us on the stage. To commence today's proceeding, we begin with the invocation by Ms. Santoshni Murugan, Research Scholar, IIT Madras. Let's all raise for the invocation.
கற்பக விநாயக கடவுளை போற்றி கற்பக விநாயக கடவுளை போற்றி சிற்பரமோன தேவன் வாழ்க ஆரண முகத்தாள் மலர்த்தான் வெல்க ஆரண முகத்தாள் மலர்த்தான் வெல்க ஆரண முகத்தாள் அருள் பதம் வெல்க படைப்புக்கிறையவன் பண்ணவர் நாயகன் இந்திர குரு எனதிதய தொழிற்நாம் சந்திர மௌலி தலைவன் மகிந்தன் சந்திர மௌலி தலைவன் மகிந்தன் கணபதி தாளை கருத்தினை வைப்போம் கணபதி தாளை கருத்தினை வைப்போம் பிரணம்ய சிரசா தேவம் கௌரிபுத்திரம் விநாயகம் பக்தா व्यास स्मरे नित्यम् आयुष्कामार्थ सिद्धये.
Thank you, Santoshni. Now I request the dignitaries on the dais to raise and come to the forward to light the lamp. Thank you, dignitaries. Lights. We now invite Dr. J. Kanchana, Director, PSG Institute of Advanced Studies, to deliver the welcome address.
Very good morning to one and all present here. It gives me an immense pleasure to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you present here for this important gathering on sustainable technologies for energy and environment, jointly organized by PSG Institute of Advanced Studies and IIT Madras. It is an honor to begin this event by welcoming our chairman, Shri G.R. Karthikeyan sir, our managing trustee, Shri L. Gopalakrishnan sir, whose vision and support continuously inspire all PSG institutions. So they are joining us online. We welcome you, both of you, sir. Our institution has always believed that education and research must go hand in hand with responsibility. Responsibility towards society, responsibility towards our nation, responsibility, most importantly, towards our planet. As we stand at a crucial juncture in human history, where environmental challenges are growing, energy demands are escalating, it becomes an imperative for academic spaces like ours to lead conversations that matter. We are extremely honored to welcome our chief guest, Dr. U. Kamachi Mudli, Vice Chancellor, HBNI, and one of India's most respected leader in material science and corrosion engineering. Sir, we are deeply privileged to have you with us today. Welcome you, sir. I am honored to welcome Dr. P.V. Mohanram, Secretary, PSG ITEC, who is presiding over this inauguration and always encourages us to do better. Welcome you, sir. I am also delighted to welcome our guest of honors, Mr. Sunil Kumar, Director General, ONGC Energy Center, New Delhi, whose visionary efforts continue to accelerate India's clean energy transitions. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Ranjit Krishnapai, Scientist Chef, Senior Director at Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, a distinguished leader guiding national programs in energy and sustainability. We welcome you, sir. A very special welcome to our distinguished plenary speakers, Professor R.R. Sonde, Senior Professor Emeritus, BITS Goa, a renowned national thought leader in various sustainable energy missions in India. Dr. R. Vijay, Director ARCI Hyderabad, whose pioneering contributions in advanced materials strengthens the innovation ecosystem of our country. We welcome both of you, sir. A warm welcome to Professor R. Kodandraman, co-convener of this conference from IIT Madras, whose guidance and commitment have been central to be successful organization of this international conference on sustainable technologies for energy and environment. We are privileged to host several international speakers, Professor Yuan C. Zhang and Professor Shanmugam Shankar Raju, DG ICSTEE, South Korea, Professor U.V. Lansik, University of Tours, France, Professor Shankar Gayatri and Professor Dr. Also Mozai from University of Pretoria, South Africa. Your presence here today affirms our shared commitment to advancing knowledge, fostering innovation, and contributing meaningfully to a more sustainable future. Thank you all for traveling all over and welcome to PSG. I also extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished speakers from eminent institutions including IIT Madras, IIT Bombay, IIT BHU, IIT Palakkad, IIT Mandi, ICSTEE, SECRI, BARC, DRDO, ARCI, IIT DM Kanchipuram, NIIST Thiruvananthapuram, BITS Bilani, BITS Hyderabad, PDDU Gandhinagar, Amrita Vishwabidam, SRM IST, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and DJ School of Design. We are very grateful for contributions and we are happy to welcome you all to this conference. A special and heartfelt welcome to Dr. N. Saravanakumar, Principal PSG ITech, Senior Administrators, Directors, Deans, Heads of Departments, Faculty colleagues from across PSG family. We are very grateful to ANRF, DRDO for sponsoring this event. We extend our sincere thanks to our platinum sponsor, ONGC Energy Center, New Delhi. Warm welcome for the delegation. Thank you, sir, for your sponsorship. We also appreciate and the support of our industry sponsors and the delegates from Geol, Colgesis, RSI, Silver Crown Metal Coatings, Nexig, High Energy Batteries, Sincil International Private Limited, ECAPS, MTX Labs, Biologic, and Incorp, and welcome all the respective delegates for this conference. We warmly welcome representatives from our journal partners, Wiley, ACS, RSC, for generously supporting for the oral and poster awards, and your awards going for the 21 best oral and poster presentations for the tomorrow evening. Finally, a heartfelt welcome to our conveners, faculty members, research scholars, students and staff of PSG IAS, PSG ITech and IIT Madras, and to all the delegates who have joined for this conference from various institutions across India. Welcome all media and press members. Your presence is greatly honored. We sincerely welcome all the administrative staff, technical staff from IT team, central purchase, general maintenance, stores, PSG ITech hostel team, and canteen. Thank you for all your support for this conference. To all the research scholars present here, you represent the next generation of innovators. Your curiosity, your perseverance, and your willingness to challenge existing boundaries are vital to the advancement of sustainable solutions. And to our distinguished scientists and invited experts, we are honored to have you with us. Your contributions to research and your leadership in the scientific community guide not only academic thought, but also the policy and industry practices. I hope that today's session opened doors to new insights, new collaborations, and new possibilities. Let this gathering spark ideas that travel beyond the walls of our institution and contribute to a real-world environmental and energy transformation. In the words of Einstein, energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be changed. Let us ensure we change it for the betterment of our planet. Carl Sagan once said, "We have responsibility to deal more kindly with the environment." May our discussions today and tomorrow reflect that responsibility. Once again, I warmly welcome all of you for this conference. Let us look forward to an enriching and inspiring, impactful international conference on sustainable technologies for energy and environment. Welcome you all.
Thank you, Dr. Kanchana, for your warm welcome address. We may request Dr. P. Biji, PhD Institute of Advanced Studies, to present an overview of the conference theme and technical objectives.
Good morning to all respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, eminent speakers, senior administrators, delegates, colleagues and students who are joined joined us today for the inaugural ceremony of ICSTEE 2025. So it is my pleasure and honor to join Dr. Kanchana ma'am in welcoming you all to the International Conference on Sustainable Technologies for Energy and Environment. As the convener of this conference, I am delighted to see such an inspiring gathering of leading scientists, researchers, technologists, industry professionals, and students who have come together to engage in meaningful discussions on some of the most critical challenges for our time. The scope of ICSTEE 2025 reflects the truly multidisciplinary nature of sustainability. This conference broadly focuses on three main themes: energy conversion and storage, carbon capture, utilization and storage, and environmental remediation and water treatment technologies. The scientific sessions are designed to foster dialogues across these domains, highlighting the interconnections between energy security, environmental health, and technological innovations. ICSTEE 2025 aims to serve as a platform that not only showcases the cutting-edge advancements, but also promotes new directions for impactful research, translational technologies, and societal benefit. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to our co-conveners, Professor Kothantaraman from IIT Madras, who is also the founder of ECS-IITM student chapter, for jointly organizing this event with PSG Institute of Advanced Studies. So this is our third collaborative event. Last year we successfully conducted ECS workshop here at PSG, and we were part of IECS 2024 conference conducted at IIT Madras. So this conference marks our third joint program with ECS IIT Madras team. So my heartfelt thanks also go to our co-conveners, Dr. R. Selvakumar, Dr. Anuradha Ashok, and all our faculty, colleagues, staffs, and research scholars of PSG IAS and IIT Madras, and coordinators of PSG ITech, who have worked tirelessly over the past few months to make this conference possible. I also extend my deep appreciation to our sponsors, ANRF, DRDO, and our platinum sponsor, ONGC Energy Center, and all other industry sponsors whose support has been instrumental in organizing this conference. So their commitment to promoting scientific progress and sustainable technologies is truly commendable. So our industry sponsors have displayed their stalls near the dining area, and I request all of you to visit them during the event. A warm thank you to all the delegates and participants who have traveled from different parts of the country and abroad. Your contributions enrich this conference, and your presence reinforces the importance of collective efforts in addressing global sustainability challenges. We have received total 194 abstracts for this conference, including 158 posters and 36 oral presentations. Additionally, we have more than 100 participants who have come to attend this conference. I also thank Wiley, ACS, and RSC for sponsoring the prizes for the best for oral and poster awards. I also would like to inform you that we have got journal collection support for the selected papers in leading Wiley journals. I wish you all a productive, inspiring, and memorable conference. May this ICSTEE 2025 spark new ideas, collaborations, and pathways towards greener and more sustainable future. With these few words, I would like to welcome Dr. Co-convener, Dr. Kothantaraman sir, to talk about the conference and ECS. Thank you.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries and distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues and young researchers gathered here for the inaugural ceremony of ICSTEE 2025. It's a pleasure to be part of the event that unites passionate minds working towards sustainable technologies for energy and environment. ICSTEE 2025 serves as a virtual and vital multidisciplinary platform that brings together leading experts to address integrated solutions for clean energy, environmental sustainability, and advanced electrochemical technologies. At IIT Madras, we firmly believe that meaningful innovation happens at the intersection of disciplines. The conferences like this one, ICSTEE 2025, catalyze this innovation by enabling discussions that span chemistry, material science, engineering design, computational modeling, and translational research. These interactions paves the way for science that not only advances knowledge, but also delivers a practical and impactful technologies for society. I'd like to highlight the vibrant role of the ECS-IITM student chapter. Already Dr. BG explained it, but I just want to add a few more words, which has been instrumental in nurturing electrochemical science on our campus as well as outside our campus. Through expert lectures, interactive workshops, and community-driven activities, and the chapter continues to inspire the young researchers to pursue their research in the electrochemistry and related areas. Their active involvement in ICSTEE showcases the spirit of the electrochemical society and strengthens the bridge between academia, research, and industry. A key strength of this conference is a strong and meaningful partnership between PSG, IAS, and ECS-IITM and IIT Madras. Over the years, as she mentioned, we had many jointly organized workshops, conferences that benefited several researchers, faculty across both the campuses. I'm also pleased to note PSG IAS is now strategically strengthening its focus on R&D and product development, particularly in the areas aligned with the national priorities in clean energy, environmental technologies, and advanced materials. Their commitment to translating research into deployable solution fits perfectly with the goals of this conference and aligns with India's broader vision for technological self-reliance and sustainable growth. The ecosystem created through collaborations with the institutions offers an excellent platform for the co-development, joint research, and innovation-driven product pipelines. In today's scientific landscape, collaborations becomes most essential. Alone we can't do much, but together we can advance much quicker. So whether it is deploying next generation electrocatalysts or advancing hydrogen and energy storage technologies, building environmental sensors, or designing scalable water treatment system, our collective efforts accelerate the progress and amplify the societal impact. The synergy between our institutions reflect how shared strength and complementary expertise can lead to transformative outcome. So as we move into the sessions and discussions over the next 2 days, I encourage all the participants, especially students and young researchers here, to fully engage and exchange ideas and form long-term scientific partnerships. Conferences like this are not merely academic gatherings, they are incubators for innovation, collaboration, and future leadership. And so I look forward for a productive and informative deliberations over the course of this conference. And thank you.
Thank you, professors, for briefing about the conference. Now, it's our great privilege to formally welcome Dr. P.V. Mohan Ram, Founder, Principal, and Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, PSG Institute of Technology and Applied Research, to deliver the presidential address. Dr. Mohan Ram is a distinguished academician and an eminent leader in engineering education. He holds a BE in Mechanical Engineering from BITS Pilani and completed his M.Tech in Machine Design and PhD in Tribology from IITM. Beginning his career at Bharat Gas, he joined PSG College of Technology in 1981, where over 3 decades he served in several significant academic and administrative capacities, including professor and head, dean autonomous functioning, and TEQIP coordinator. A respected researcher in tribology, automation, and machine tool design, Dr. Mohan Ram has guided many PhD scholars, published over 95 research papers, and successfully led 16 sponsored research projects. His excellence in teaching and academia has been recognized with prestigious awards such as the AICTE CIA Best Faculty Award and the P.K. Das Memorial Best Faculty Award. He has also contributed to impactful institutional initiatives, including the establishment of the Lean Learning Factory at PSG Tech in collaboration with IIT Delhi and the University of Darmstadt, and has played a vital role in the indigenous development of medical devices such as the infant ventilator and multi-parameter monitor. Sir, we are honored to have you with us today. We now respectfully invite you to deliver the presidential address.
Thank you, Madam. A warm welcome to all of you to this ICSTEE 2025 International Conference. My humble pronouns to our distinguished chairman and managing trustee who are all on the line, on the online. My salutations to Professor P. Radhakrishnan, the person behind the development of PSG Institute of Advanced Studies, for his continued blessings to all of us. I am extremely happy to join Dr. Kanchana in welcoming all of you. My special appreciation to Dr. Kanchana for spearheading the legacy that has been already set up by Professor P. Radhakrishnan by way of this kind of conferences. I am also delighted to join Dr. Kanchana in welcoming all the dignitaries, particularly the chief guest, Dr. U. Kamakshimdali, our own alumnus, the Vice Chancellor of Homi Bhabha National Institute at Mumbai. We are extremely happy, sir, in welcoming you again. My special welcome to the guest of honors, Dr. Ranjit Krishna Pai, Scientist F, Senior Director, Department of Science and Technology. We are indeed privileged to have you, sir. And our warm welcome to Mr. Sunil Kumar, Director General, ONGC, Energy Center, New Delhi. We are all extremely happy and proud to have such eminent personalities in our midst as a part of this conference. I take immense pleasure in welcoming all of you. Let me also very humbly welcome Dr. Kodan Raman, the vibrant person from IIT Madras, who has been a part of this collaborative initiative. And I'm very happy that he has also been a part of the pre-conference workshop yesterday and done a beautiful set of experimental demonstration and hands-on training in various aspects, along with the faculty from PSG IAS. My special welcome to the co-conveners of this conference, Dr. Biji, Dr. Selvakumar, Dr. Anuradha, and the entire team of PSG IAS. I also take this moment to welcome our senior distinguished speakers who have come from different parts of the country and some of them from abroad. I also join and welcome all of you. My special welcome to Professor A.K., also my good friend Professor Sarana Kumar, Principal PSG Tech, other senior professors, participants, colleagues, and student friends. I'm really delighted to see that good number of industry sponsors are there for this program, and more than 200 papers are going to be deliberated in this conference. And extremely happy that such an event is happening in our campus, and the third in the series. I'm sure it will definitely kindle inspiration among the youth of our country, and I'm sure it will definitely help in transforming our nation into an Atmanirbhar society. I just quickly went through some of the topics that are being covered in this beautiful international conference. So many speakers from different parts of the country, are addressing the event. So I thought I'll just quickly touch upon some of the traditional initiatives which are relevant to modern sustainability. So I was just glancing through some of these, and if you see some of the important quotes that are quite relevant, because these are the philosophical backgrounds which are responsible for the present state of our nation. For example, some of the important philosophical notes are, for example, the universe is a manifestation of the divinity. So see the kind of connection. The other important direction is, we see multiplicity everywhere, but hardly there is any division. These are all the profound statements of ancient scriptures, which are interwoven in making our setup automatically environment-friendly, sustainable in nature. The environment is an extension of the universal self. Please see the connection with the individual and the universal self and environment. Those days, hymns were sung in praise of universal elements like fire, earth, air, etc. Anyway, the final important goal in the life cycle of human beings has been to recognize the underlying universal life principle behind all expressions of the nature. So therefore, that is the profound background in which we are all operating. And if you see that, it percolates to many strategies. For example, minimalistic, conscious usage of resources. And everywhere you see words like interconnectedness, mutual interdependence. They are all interwoven so beautifully. Reverence and respect for nature, environment, forests, and even sacredness of rivers is also part of our society. Living in tune with nature and harmony and peace everywhere is the ultimate goal. There is always the reiteration of inclusivity with love, regenerative economy, moral obligation towards sustainability, environment development, and water is repeatedly reinforced as the essence of life, source of all healing, and mindful usage of resources. For example, aparigraha has been the important direction for all of us. And some of the methodologies that were followed in the traditional times, which I'm just quickly recalling a few, promoting of green spaces, meadows everywhere, use of organic manure, fertilizer for nutrient balance in soil, air purification using medicinal plants like neem, tulsi, sandalwood, Vajralepa plaster made from biomass had been used in temple construction, ensuring longevity, groundwater identification using biological indicators like termite mounds, specific trees were all in practice. Crop rotation, of course, was there to conserve soil nitrogen. And more importantly, community involvement in environment protection was the order of the day. And typical practices like burning of mango wood in Agnihotra, fuming with natural resins, herbs, etc. to reduce harmful particulates in the indoor area was also in practice. Use of amla, an antioxidant acidifier, was also used. Several seeds and roots were used in coagulation, to say a few, the lotus leaves, the vetiver and all. Exposure to solar rays for water purification was another important thing. Storing of water in copper and brass vessels that destroy harmful bacteria, E. coli, etc. Even coming to the day-to-day practices, eating food using banana leaves and using mud cups for tea, etc., where we ensure that everything goes back to Mother Earth. These are all very, very fundamental practices ingrained in our society. Even walking barefooted in the grounds for effective electrical grounding, these are some of the very, very basic practices which are there in vogue in our society. And I'm sure that this international conference will bring together a lot of eminent budding researchers and very, very useful and fruitful interactions, deliberations, dialogues will happen. And at the end of the thing, definitely will come with many, many beneficial outcomes which will transform the society and ensure sustainable growth. I wish the conference all the very best, and I'm sure that it will create a very, very powerful impact in the society in the years to come. Once again, I take this beautiful opportunity to see all of you, welcome all of you, and wishing you all the very best. May the Lord bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring talk on how revisiting traditional practices on sustainable environment and energy have been part of our life and society for the years. May I request Dr. Kotan Raman to facilitate Dr. P.V. Mohan Ram with memento. Thank you, professors. Now, it's our great honor to warmly welcome Dr. U. Kamachi Mudali, Vice Chancellor of the Homi Bhabha National Institute, HBNI, Department of Atomic Energy, Mumbai, and PhD Distinguished Professor of Eminence, PhD Institute of Advanced Studies, Coimbatore. Dr. Mudali is an internationally acclaimed materials scientist with over 4 decades of pioneering contributions to advanced materials, coating technologies, and corrosion science for nuclear and strategic industrial applications. His leadership record is equally distinguished. He has served as Chairman and Chief Executive of the Heavy Water Board, DAE, Mumbai, Director of the Materials Chemistry and Metal Fuel Cycle at IGCAR Kalpakkam, and Vice Chancellor of VIT Bhopal University. He has also held honorary and advisory roles at major institutions including IIT Madras, NITI Aayog, BIS, CII, and PSG IAS. A highly accomplished researcher, Dr. Mudali has published over 470 journal papers, 25 edited books, holds multiple patents, and has delivered more than 350 prestigious lectures worldwide. With 15,000 citations, a H-index of 58, and the successful guidance of more than 150 PhD students, MTech and MSc scholars, he stands as one of India's most influential figures in material science. His contributions have earned him numerous national and international recognitions, including Frank Newman Speller Award from NICE USA, G.D. Birla Gold Medal, Homi Bhabha Science and Technology Award, Lifetime Achievement Awards from IIM and the Electrochemical Society of India, and elected as fellow of several premier global academies such as TWAS, ASM International, NICE International, and the Indian National Academy of Engineering. We are deeply privileged to have such a visionary leader and eminent scientist with us today. With great respect, we invite Dr. U. Kamachi Mudali to deliver the inaugural address.
Very good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Honorable Managing Trustee and our mentor, Sri L. Gopalakrishnan, distinguished Professor P. Radhakrishnan, our mentor, founder and advisor even today for the PSG Institute of Advanced Studies, and many of our PSG alumni, distinguished colleagues on the dais, starting with Professor P.V. Mohan Ram, my teacher and guru when I was a student in 1980-82 at PSG institutions. Mr. Sunil Kumar ji, Director General, ONGC Energy Center. Dr. Ranjit Pai, Senior Director, DST, Government of India, and the organizers, starting with Professor Kanchana, Director of PSG Institute of Advanced Studies, Dr. PG, Professor Kodanraman, Dr. Anuradha Ashok, Dr. Selva Kumar. I am very proud to see a large number of distinguished professionals who have come to give the plenary and the other invited lectures. I could see Dr. Sonde, our former colleague in the Heavy Water Board, an eminent professor. I am able to see Dr. Vijay, Director of ARCI, Dr. Parvatalu, Dr. Shobha Shukla from IIT Bombay, and many other friends who have come over all over the India to participate in this international conference on sustainable technologies for energy and environment. The organizing committee of the PSG IAS for this wonderful conference, the fellow delegates and other invitees, ladies and gentlemen, and finally my dear students. I'm extremely delighted to stand in front of you today, not only as the former distinguished alumni of PSG institutions, but also today also I consider as a student every time when I come to PSG institutions that you will always learn something new whenever you visit PSG. PSG has got such a record, more than now, nearly it is going to be 100 years, centenary year, that kind of record in education and research. I'm very proud and part of this PSG family. And what a wonderful thing they have done. I'm very happy to see, I think, though we have 200 papers and around 200 delegates, we have nearly 500, 600 students sitting at the back side. If any one of you think that India is growing, India is going to be a developed nation, Viksit Bharat by 2047, please think that this Viksit Bharat will be achieved, the developed India will be seen by those students who are sitting at the back, and we are only going to be part of it to just witness it. So it's a very innovative and wonderful idea for the organizers. I want to congratulate Professor Kanchana to bringing in a large number of young students here to listen to us. All of you must know that when the startups were, started in our country, there was only for a couple of years in 2016, 17, if you see, only few thousands were there. Today, India has got the second largest number of startups. 585,000 startups are there. Nearly $700 billion worth of investment by, I think, more than 35,000 of these startups are with them. This is all by younger people. Entire startups are by young graduates, postgraduates, and young entrepreneurs of our country. If India is growing, you say that it is growing because of all these young people. So we need to, see that these young people are given more input and more energy, more enthusiasm for them to take part in the progress. So we can all give only the advice, we can all give only the what we have witnessed in the last 40 years, 50 years to them so that they carry forward. Indeed, when you talk about sustainability, what is the sustainable thing is that meeting the need of today without affecting tomorrow's needs. Sometimes what we think is that what is available is that our grandparents have gifted to us. So we have the right to enjoy anything, environment, energy, or this air, free air, you have anything that you have, water, that is publicly available, what Mother Earth is providing, you all think that it all belongs to me and I have right to use it and abuse it. And all my grandparents have gifted it. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember, it all belongs to our great-grandchildren of future. That please don't abuse it. Please use it effectively and leave it in a benign condition for the future generation. The way we pollute, 25 years before, maybe when I was a student, you were all students, we never thought that we will carry water in bottle. Anywhere you can open the tap, anywhere you can drink the water. Water was never that much contaminated. You can go to any river, you can, drink the water directly. Today we, have everywhere water filter. Every house is fitted with water filter. And everything that you take from public, you want to remediate it. You want to see whether it is, pollution free or, some germ free, bacteria free, viral free. You have to check everything and take carefully. Even you want to talk to 10 people, you want to use a mask. Things have changed. Air is polluted. Environment is damaged. Many things are happening. So what is that we are doing is that we are trying to excessively utilize freely without having any thought that it is to be preserved for the future generation. Think of your son, your daughter, your grandson, your grandchildren. Do you think that they should carry a like water bottle, an oxygen bottle also? They have to carry? So that is where this sustainability is very important. Means you have to see, preserve what is that Mother Earth has given today has to be preserved such that it is available for the future needs. You see, Mother Earth is having a treasure of minerals. You can just like that, excavate iron oxide, make steel, 1,800 million metric ton steel is produced every year. Over last, 100 years, people have been producing steel, just using it, rusting it, abusing it. Nowhere that we try to preserve whatever that we are using, sustain it for its extended use, so that we are getting the best out of the whatever that is we are taking from the Mother Earth. That is where today many things are becoming critical minerals, critical material, because some countries geopolitically, strategically, they want to control the availability of all this. Today you talk about all these sustainable technologies for energy and environment. All these technologies need very precious and very selected materials like lithium, cobalt, copper, graphite, and some magnetic rare earth materials. But now some countries are, dictating that I will not be able to give you. So now what is that we are going to do? So I think that a message or theme that should go to all of us here in this auditorium is that we should see that everything is sustainable. We should preserve whatever is available for the future. We cannot think that whatever is available, we can abuse it, use it to the maximum. This is a big message. As I said, if India has to become a developed nation by 2047, there is a roadmap. The government of India has put it. Since the theme is energy and environment, I'll tell you for energy, the base load of electricity that will be required by 2047 is 708 gigawatt. It's almost 3 to 4 times of today. That means energy has to be increased to fourfold. The production capacity should be available 2,100 gigawatt electricity. And the roadmap says by Niti Aayog that 1,200 gigawatt will come from solar, 400 gigawatt will come from wind, 100 gigawatt from nuclear, and the balance only by the fossil, the coal, oil and gas and everything. Because today, we all talk about the ill effects of the fossil fuel, the generation of CO2, the greenhouse gases, and the impact that it made, the Paris Convention, 2 degree, 1 degree rise. Everything is making us to now reduce coal and increase all so-called the renewable energy. The renewable energy is not that 100% it is the clean energy or clean energy. They are low carbon input, low greenhouse gas input sources. If you are going to make 1,200 gigawatt solar by 2047, the production of these solar cells, PV, photovoltaic cells, and now more than 25 years, significant quantity of solar panels are there already producing. So end of life, what are you going to do with the solar panels? There is no one concerned. We think that solar is green, so we'll go to solar. We think wind is okay, we'll go that. Enhancing so much of wind power will alter the monsoon pattern. Already the effect has been seen in Bombay, in Maharashtra and West, northern states. And we also, going for higher and higher nuclear. We need uranium. We don't have technology, that kind of level for all kind of, the advanced energy generation by the latest one, what Western people are doing it. So any source of energy that we are going from today to 2047, the first thing that we have to think about is sustainability. How we can effectively use the resources that are available today so that we don't deprive the future generation of those resources for them to produce for their, maybe from 2047 to 2070, 2070 to 2100. It is predicted by 2047 we will be, around 30 trillion economy, we will be number one. Today we are fourth largest economy with $4.2 trillion. By 2030 it is estimated, our Honorable Prime Minister made a statement, it should be 10 trillion economy. So the growth is going to happen, industries are going to grow, means more and more energy required, means more and more impact on the environment. Whatever technology that we make, the existing CO2 and CHG gases itself, we are unable to, have a CCS technology that is affordable. The carbon capture and storage are using it for other purpose. Only 5 plants are operating today with such CCS technologies. The clean coal technology, where efficiency will be more than 20%, advanced ultra supercritical plants, that's 700 degree and 300 megapascal. India is now trying to set up plants. But all that is going to again use, coal, and coal cannot be completely removed. By 2047 also we will depend on 50 to 60% on, primarily on coal. So energy is required, energy is a must, energy is going to grow. At the same time, we will have impact on the environment also, whatever source of energy. So both will be existing. So what is that R&D community should do? R&D community should do, first one is the technology development. The technology, everywhere I am telling you, should be a sustainable technology. If I am preparing some photovoltaic cell, if I am preparing any advanced technology, what I do with the waste that is evolved in that? We never think about the secondary sources. India has got tremendous mining operation. The legacy mining, if you go there, there are tailing ponds. Tailing ponds means at the end of the industrial production of mineral from the, after mining, the waste is accumulated. That's a tailing pond. You are trying to take the particular metal, let us say it is a bauxite ore. You are trying to take only aluminum. If it is a copper mineral, you are trying to take copper only. You can take from this remaining waste hundreds of elements which are in different quantities. So we don't do that, it is all kept as a waste. So what R&D people can do, they should find some technology. This is innovation. Our Indian mining legacy tailing pond has got such a waste. Now only I find slowly for even the byproduct waste like red sand, red mud, and the coal-based ash, people are trying to do some projects where they can trying to retrieve some minerals or material that is valuable. So this is one important thing R&D people should do. That is in the beginning, the mining stage. You go to the end of the product life. So I told there are solar panels available, 25 years, its life is over, transmittance is gone down. What are we going to do with this used and not going to perform solar panels? How are we going to retrieve the material from the solar panel? What are you going to do for refabrication, redesigning, reusing? The concept of, it started with 3 R's, reuse, recycle, redesign. Now there are 6 R's. So we never teach our children, we never pursue these things. If you buy a cell phone, let us say, every one of us carry 2 to 3 cell phones today. And I know all of you will preserve your old mobile phone in your cupboard or in your table drawer. If you take 1 million smart cell phone, you will retrieve 25 tons of gold from that. I don't know how many of you will know. A huge number of elements are there that you can get, including rare earth elements. 1% of the annual production of rare earth can be retrieved from processing the waste from this mobile phone. We don't have technology. India produces 13.5 lakh tons of electronic waste, electrical waste. And we have only 40% recycling facility available in the country. Remaining 60% goes to waste. You go to any city, they all accumulate such waste and it is all lying there. And they create a lot of hazard to the environment. They generate a lot of they have a lot of toxic materials. So what are we doing to retrieve these valuable materials from these electronic waste? That will also make your environment sustainable. That will also make your urban mining, that is secondary mining. The primary mining is from the mineral to metal. It's highly energy intensive. From oxide, you take the metal. Except gold and platinum, every metal is available in its compound form. The secondary mining, that is urban mining, where used metal, used alloy, you are retrieving these metals. It is less energy intensive. 95% of aluminum that we use today, next to steel, we are using aluminum. 95% of aluminum can be reused with much less energy that is required for producing the same aluminum in the industry. We need technologies, we need R&D for this. The R&D community should not work on delta increment or smaller increment on what is already being done in the West or in somewhere else in the research community. Innovative ideas should come for our Indian problem. Indian technology should be there for our own issues. I always used to tell as the chairman of Research Advisory Board of PSG that what are our local issues? Why not we work on technology for the textile waste? Why not we look for some, our own, waste from our industries? Coimbatore has got #1 for the foundry or the wet grinder production, so many things. The secondary waste, the cut material, is just, used for, dumping it. Remelting and reusing along with the primary metal, it is not done. India is second largest producer of steel. #1 is China. They produce 1100 million tons of steel. India produces only 140 million tons of steel. And the whole thing is produced by the basic Bessemer furnace, this is called oxygen technology. And that produces so much of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases. But there is a technology where this scrap can be mixed with the, ore. Okay, that electric arc furnace technology, where you can mix up to 20 to 30% of the scrap. So how this steel can be produced environmentally benign, so that will have a lesser CO2. Otherwise, every ton of steel you produce, 2.8 ton equivalent of CO2 is generated. So if you mix with scrap, one is recycling the scrap, you are reusing the secondary waste. At the same time, you are also reducing the CO2. These are all some ideas that one has to take up. This is what we are not doing today. In 2015, the United Nations General Assembly, they made a resolution that is called Agenda 2030. Agenda 2030 for all the 154 member states. What is that they have told? To make the the earth sustainable, to preserve anything that is available by nature for the future generation. There are 17 goals with 169 targets. That is sustainable development goals, 17 goals. Every country should pursue this and give an annual report during the annual meeting every year in September. Our Honorable Prime Minister is going there. He is presenting also what India is doing. In that, if you take SDG 7, Sustainable Development Goal 7, is only to provide affordable and economic clean energy to the society. So how much that we are doing? One side you say that the country is growing. By Viksit Bharat we should have 2,100 gigawatt electricity. Another side you say that CO2 has to be reduced, CHG, greenhouse gases to be reduced, environment should be made benign. So what is the trade-off? How we are going to have technology that will make the energy that is produced, at the same time the environment also will be remediated and maintained benign for the future. And we restrain the resources that is required for the future. See, these are all some of the thoughts that we should have when we go to such kind of, the events. At the end, there should be some recommendation from such conferences. Conferences are not just to come there, present your result, present your whatever you collected information, and then tell others to go. Those days, conference means everyone stay for 2 days, everyone is available for discussion. And the end there in the concluding session, the conference chairman or convener will read out some recommendations from the conference. When I was a young student, when I was a young scientist, I used to see that. I will wait for the concluding session, where a lot of recommendation will come. This conference feels after deliberation, these are the recommendations that we should follow with respect to, carbon capture, storage, or the alternate energy and sustainability, or the environmental remediation, waste management. What are the recommendations? And these recommendations should go to the country's policymakers like Niti Aayog or such, MeitY, Ministry of Electronics Information Technology, any other ministry concerned with this theme of the conference. And that is how that government looks for many ideas from the stakeholders. We have stopped doing this. So I would recommend that all of you, not only this conference, any one of you organize a conference, a workshop, a seminar, end of it, what is the final outcome of it? It's not just get together to meet friends and then present my work and then rush away. What are we trying to recommend from the event that we can send it to Government of India or to any other policy maker, or just communicate back to all the people? Dear friends, this is what we have, studied in this conference. This is what we understood. We should do this. Unless we do that, it's going to be just a ritual. We'll be having inauguration. We'll be having 2 days of lectures, and we'll have a concluding session. And we'll forget it when there is going to be another 2-3 conference. And today in India, if you see, not only India, globally, there are several places, international conference on sustainable technologies for energy and environment. Just do a Google search. We are repeatedly conducting it, but what is the outcome? That is very important. I am sure that Professor Kanchana and the conveners of this wonderful meeting, where I see a lot of younger people sitting there, that end of the event, you should generate some recommendations. You ask every session chairman, what are the outcome of the particular session, and make a record of this recommendation. Communicate to all industry forums, government agencies, other institutions, and all the participants, and that is going to be the success of the conference. People will, even those who have not attended, should get a message from the event. So that will only help us, and I'm very proud that a student of this institution like me is called as a chief guest today, thanks to Professor Mohan Ram, Professor Kanchana, that I remember even when I was, my turning point in my academic career happened in PSG when I joined for my material science program in 1980. And today I'm calling back that discipline, academic discipline, quality of teaching, and experienced teachers that made me an outstanding person, what I am standing today, all the credentials, PSG has a significant share on that. And I'm very proud that I'm here as a chief guest to address all of you. And thank you so much for joining this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring inaugural address and also placing emphasis on Viksit Bharat and how the youth can contribute towards development of the country. Now we humbly request Dr. P.V. Mohan Ram to facilitate our chief guest with a small token of appreciation.
Thank you, professors. Now, it's our privilege to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Sunil Kumar, Director General of the ONGC Energy Center, who joins us today as the guest of honor for the special address. Mr. Sunil Kumar is an accomplished technocrat with 38 years of extensive experience in civil engineering, infrastructure development, and strategic project leadership. An alumnus of IIT Delhi, he also holds an MBA in project management and has completed the advanced management program in IIM Calcutta. Since assuming charge of the ONGC Energy Center in January 2025, he has been leading the organization with a mandate to advance fundamental and applied research in emerging, clean and renewable energy technologies. Under his leadership, OEC has undertaken several nationally significant initiatives, including the development of the maiden geothermal field in the Union Territory of Ladakh, where the drilling campaign has been successfully revived. He has also guided the growth of OEC's hydrogen and biotechnology programs, pushing them into a scale-up mode following successful laboratory and field validations. In addition, he is steering innovative R&D projects in CO2 valorization, produced water treatment, helium exploration and production, contributing to several national and international patents and publications for the organization. During his earlier tenure as Chief Infrastructure at ONGC, he conceptualized and executed numerous infrastructure projects and played a key role in developing the revised Building Construction and Management Policy 2023. Prior to joining ONGC, he contributed to important R&D initiatives under the Ministry of Water Resources with notable work on dams and canal systems. We are honored to have Mr. Sunil Kumar with us today, and it is with great respect that we invite him to deliver the special address.
Thanks for the introduction. Good morning, all of you. Namaskar and Vanakkam. Respected Dr. P.V. Mohan Rao, Secretary, PSG Institute of Technology and Advanced Research, Dr. Kamachi Mudli, other distinguished guests, eminent speakers, young ignited minds who are part of this conference, esteemed organizers, PSG Institute of Advanced Research and ECS-IITM Madras Students Chapter. It's my really privilege to be here among all of you to join this international conference on sustainable technology for energy and environment 2025. At a place, Coimbatore, which is known for the natural beauty, a place which is a smart city nowadays, and having some very old medieval age temples, also known for the Khadi movement during pre-independence era. Now emerging as an IT hub, at the same time, manufacturing hub also. It's really wonderful to be here and attend this conference. Though it's my maiden visit, but place is really beautiful. The gathering brings together all the scientists, engineers, innovators, and policy thinkers who have come from different parts of not only this country, but from other parts. It's really wonderful to see that the venue is almost full. It shows the eagerness, the willingness to join and come forward for the collaboration which is required in today's time. When the world is facing the energy sustainability issue and the generations which are coming to take up this issue further, I think the practical, scalable pathways to a low-carbon future, that is the need of the hour. And we must all work hard to thrive it. At the outset, I must say that the organizers have really made nice arrangements. Heartiest congratulations to them for organizing and convening this conference so thoughtfully, which spaces the energy conversion, the carbon capture, utilization and storage, environmental remediation, and water treatment technologies. These themes reflect not only the global scientific priorities, but also India's national imperative of energy security, environmental protection, and inclusive growth. As Director General of ONGC Energy Center, I feel that this conference resonates with the mandate that has been entrusted to us, that is, to harness the science and technology for tomorrow's energy needs in a clean and sustainable manner. We are trying our best, and ONGC Energy Center, which was created precisely to pursue further research in the areas such as hydrogen energy and bioenergy, solar thermal systems, geothermal resources, and advanced materials, in close partnership with the academics, research institutions, and private sector. The work you are presenting here aligns with this vision and strengthens the bridge between the fundamental research and deployable solutions. India's energy transition journey is entering a decisive decade, though during the last decade also we can say that journey has commenced and still it's continuing and it has to go further. Because the population is rising, at the same time energy needs, our GDP, economy, it's going to be one of the top economy in the coming decades. So we have to work together for this. On one hand, the country must continue to secure the reliable, affordable energy for the growing population and the economy, and on the other hand, it's rapidly supposed to address the rapidly decarbonization, improving quality of the air and the water quality, so that it is with the climate resemblance. So that is the aim of this conference, and the focus on the sustainable technologies, which provides the ideal platform to address the dual challenge through the innovation in fuels, materials, devices, processes, and digital tools. The sustainable energy initiatives are drivers of economic growth, and it is emphasizing investments in clean, climate-friendly projects, essentially for creating the jobs and fostering a new carbon economy. As Dr. Madale has mentioned about the UN's resolution which took place in 2015 for the target of 2030, the then UN Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, has viewed that sustainable energy is a cornerstone of economic growth and development. While launching the Sustainable Energy for All, that is C for All, initiative to see that it provides the universal access, double the energy efficiency, and double the share of renewables by 2030. He has further said that the clean energy was crucial for the economic growth, poverty alleviation, and achieving the sustainable development goals, that is SDGs. He urged that government and businessmen to align their actions to support the climate-friendly projects to drive a low-carbon economy. The affordable clean energy is the golden thread that connects the economic growth, environmental health, social fairness, and opportunity. The new infra projects which are coming up should be climate friendly, as we talk about various buildings. Like it was mentioned that we are constructing so many new buildings which are green buildings. And we can proudly say that one of the best building, that is our corporate building in Delhi, is having the highest rating, platinum green rating. And we always try that the buildings which are coming up should have the green features so that it is environmental friendly. At the same time, we should try to utilize the resources. As it was mentioned that it is not simply using and throwing, it is the reusability of the items, the metals, all the resources which are very important for us. So the new infra project should be the climate friendly to foster the growth of low carbon goods and services. The global cooperation is needed for the renewable energy development, and the importance of the collaboration between governments and the private sector is very much needed. Then only we can say that we are able to achieve sustainable energy goals. Now in these R&D projects, what I have seen, the timelines which are normally not met. The reasons for not meeting the timelines, that sometimes we are not taking those projects in that much spirit to complete at an earliest which it should have been. So my sincere submission will be that we'll always try to frame the timelines so that we are able to meet it and complete it. We cannot afford actually the slackness in the timelines and the cost. It is for not only the economic factor but also the environmental factor that is very much essential in today's world. A notable strength of ICSTEE 2025 is the emphasis on the interdisciplinary collaboration, that is bringing together the electrochemists, material scientists, chemical and mechanical engineers, environmental scientists, data scientists, and policy experts on one platform. Such cross-fertilization is essential, and we are moving more quickly for laboratory breakthrough to industrial demonstration. And for the wider deployment, the conferences like this also provide young researchers, the young ignited minds which are present here, the opportunity to interact with senior experts, build network and sharpen their ideas. As Dr. Mudli has said that after the end of this conference, we all should try to sum up what has been the lessons learned so that we are able to move further. From the perspective of ONGC Energy Center, there is immense value in the deepening of our engagement with institutions, prestigious institutions like PSG, Institute of Advanced Studies, and IIT Madras, and with their wider participation along with other prestigious institutes like various IITs, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, ICT Mumbai, IIP, etc. There are so many. And I feel that ONGC Energy Center is keen to explore such partnerships emerging from these institutes, and based on the discussions and connections, the young researchers and the students who are trying to take up new projects, they are doing for India's and world's sustainable development story. So I encourage them to come up with the new ideas and take up the projects, and we are much eager to take up such projects in future. Whether you're designing a new catalyst, modeling a battery interface, developing a sensor, or optimizing a treatment process, your contributions can directly influence how clean, reliable, and equitable our future energy and environmental systems will be. ICSTEE 2025 gives you a stage to test your ideas, to receive feedback, and refine your research agendas. May the deliberations over next 2 days lead to the new insights, enduring collaborations, and technologies pathways that genuinely impact society. On behalf of ONGC Energy Center, my best wishes for a highly productive and inspiring conference. Thanks for inviting me and taking personal care, which I am indebted. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring special address. And we placed in importance on carbon capture and the initiatives regarding carbon economy. Thank you very much. May we request Dr. J. Kanchana to felicitate the chief guest by presenting the memento.
It is our privilege to warmly welcome Dr. Ranjit Krishnapai, Scientist F and Senior Director at the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, as our esteemed guest of honor for the special address. Dr. Pai brings over 23 years of distinguished experience spanning research, administration, and national level program leadership in the clean energy and advanced material domain. He completed his PhD in Natural Sciences at Ulm University, Germany, and has held research positions at several premier global institutions, including the University of Chile, Stockholm University, Brookhaven National Laboratory in the United States, and the International Iberian Nanotechnology Laboratory in Portugal. His scientific contributions cover a wide spectrum of frontier areas: nanostructured hybrid materials, functional polymers, organic and hybrid solar cells, energy storage materials, biosensing platforms, and photonic devices, resulting in high-impact publications, book chapters, and international collaborations. At the Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Pai leads major national initiatives in hydrogen fuel cells, energy storage, clean energy materials, and next-generation technologies. He has conceptualized and overseen more than 180 projects with a cumulative grant of over 500 crore. His leadership has driven landmark programs such as the Hydrogen Valley Innovation Clusters, the Advanced Material for Energy Storage Technology Initiative, and the Integrated Clean Energy Material Acceleration Platform. Several technologies under his guidance have already progressed from laboratory scale to commercialization. Dr. Pai also represents India on multiple national and international committees under the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, contributing to policy development, technology standards, and strategic planning within National Green Hydrogen Mission. We are honored to have you with us today, sir. With great respect, we welcome Dr. Ranjit Krishnapai to deliver the special address as our guest of honor.
Thank you so much. So good morning to everyone gathered here today. Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty, and my guru, Dr. Sonde sir, Dr. Vijay, Director ARCI, Dr. Pratibha Sharma, IIT Mumbai, and many other esteemed scientists, of course researchers, and most importantly, the young minds who carry the future. So it is truly an honor to be with you as a representative of DST on this stage at ICSTEE 2025. So we meet at a time when the world is standing at a powerful crossroads. So climate change is no longer a distinct challenge. It is shaping economies, influencing geopolitics, and redefining how humanity must innovate. Yet, in this moment of urgency lies an extraordinary opportunity. India has shown that determined vision, backed by science and collective will, can transform possibility into reality. From leading the world in renewable energy growth to launching one of the most ambitious national green hydrogen mission launched by our line ministry, Minari. So we are proving that sustainability is not a burden, but a pathway to prosperity. So the Department of Science and Technology is proud to stand behind this national transformation. Our mission is to empower the scientists, the engineers, the entrepreneurs, and of course the students whose idea will shape the India of 2047. Whether it is green hydrogen, or quantum-enabled energy system, or advanced catalyst, bio-inspired materials, or next-generation clean mobility, we are investing in the technology that will define the future. But the real story is not just about the technology. It is about imagination. It is about conviction. It is about choosing to build a world energy is abundant, clean, and accessible, where growth is inclusive, where innovation becomes the language of development. So conference like this brings together the ecosystem necessary for this mission. They create the space where an idea shared over a cup of tea might become tomorrow's breakthrough, where students find mentors, where collaboration becomes national asset. And India march towards becoming a global leader in sustainable innovation. There are three principles must guide us. First, to think boldly. We must pursue deep science with the courage to challenge limit and the confidence to scale the new frontier. And second, to build locally. India's clean tech future must be anchored in Indian talent, Indian IP, and Indian manufacturing strength. And third, to lead with the purpose. Scientific excellence must translate into societal transformation, clean air, energy security, green jobs, and climate resilience for all. Each one of you here today, whether you work in a lab or you work in industry or a classroom, is a part of this national mission. Every experiment that you do, every model, every paper, every ideas contribute to a greener, stronger, and more empowered India. So I hope this conference sparks new energy, new curiosity, new ambitions among all of us. And I thank you, all of you, and may your innovation illuminate the path to sustainable future. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the inspiring speech on 3 bold decisions which we have to take. Think boldly for deep science, build locally, and live with purpose. We should carry this mantra. I think the students will definitely take forward. Now we request Dr. J. Kanchana to present the memento to our guest of honor, Dr. Ranjit Krishnabai. Thank you, professors. May I request the dignitaries to unveil the conference proceedings. Thank you, dignitaries. Now I request Dr. R. Selvakumar, PhD Institute of Advanced Studies, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Distinguished guests, respected speakers, researchers, faculty members, sponsors, industry partners, and dear participants from India and rest of the world. Good morning to every one of you. It's my great honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee of ICSTEE 2025. First and foremost, we extend our privilege and honor to express our gratitude to Sri L. Gopalakrishnan sir, Managing Trustee, PSG Institutions, for his continuous support, constant guidance, encouragement, and giving us the opportunity to conduct this conference. Thank you, sir. Our heartfelt thanks to Professor P. Radhakrishnan sir, Director Emeritus, PSG Institute of Advanced Studies, whose visionary leadership continues to deliver, drive, and inspire this institute towards excellence. Thank you, sir, for joining us online. A special note of gratitude to Dr. J. Kanchana, Director, PSG Institute of Advanced Studies, who stands with us throughout all our endeavors as pillar of support, motivation, guidance, throughout our research as well as throughout this conference. Your leadership is highly commendable for the growth of our institute. Thank you, ma'am. We express our hearty gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. U. Kamashimali, sir, Vice Chancellor, Homi Bhabha National Institute, Mumbai, who graced this event with his presence and for sharing his valuable insights on sustainability. You have been a guiding star to us, sir, and please keep motivating us. We'll be doing our best to take the institute to new height. Your words were truly inspiring us and making us think all the sustainable solutions for our energy and environmental challenges we face today, and how we can keep India a self-reliable one. Thank you, sir. We extend our thanks to Dr. P.V. Mohanram, sir, Secretary, PSG ITEC, for your motivating presidential address and insightful views on emphasizing the needs for sustainability and its related practices and inclusivity. Thank you, sir. Our sincere thanks to our esteemed guests, Dr. Ranjit Krishnapai, Scientist of DST, Government of India, and Sunil Kumar, sir, Dr. Sunil Kumar, sir, Director General, ONGC Energy Center, New Delhi, for sparing your valuable time amidst your busy schedule and for inspiring us with the special lectures. Your encouragement and support means a lot to us, and your presence reflects your commitment to promote sustainability and innovation and emphasizing 3 principles of sustainability. That was really inspiring. Thank you, sirs. We express our heartfelt gratitude to our respected plenary speakers, senior professor and renowned expert in the field of energy, sustainable and environment, Professor R.R. Sonde, sir, BITS Pilani, Goa, Dr. R. Vijay, Director, ARCI, Hyderabad, and Dr. Ranjit Krishna Vasai again for accepting to deliver the plenary lectures. Heartfelt thanks to Dr. Parvatalu, sir, ONGC Energy Center, for guiding us and for your motivation. We are sure that the forthcoming plenary will be thought-provoking sessions and will enrich our understanding of cutting-edge research, emerging technologies, global perspectives for a sustainable future. Thank you, sirs. The conference is enriched by presence of eminent international and national scientists from DGIST, South Korea, University of Toulouse, France, University of Pretoria, South Africa, and plethora of speakers from various prestigious institutes in India, starting from Ministry of Environmental, Forest and Climate Change, IIT Madras, IIT BHU, IIT Bombay, IIT Mandi, IIT Palakkad, ICSTEE, NIST Trivandrum, QFOS Cochin, BARC, SICRI, Bharatiyar University, DRDO, Amrita Vishwavitam, SRM, DJ Academy of Sciences, who are working tirelessly for the growth of country and for helping a sustainable India in the field of energy and environment. We are sure your insightful lectures will enlighten and nurture new ideas in young minds assembled here in this conference for making a developed and sustainable India soon. Our deep gratitude goes to Professor R. Kodandaraman, sir, Department of Chemistry and ECS chapter, IIT Madras, one of the convener of the conference, and his team from IIT Madras for extending both technical, financial, and motivating us throughout the conference. He has been with us since we conceived the conference, and you have been guiding us regularly throughout this one, and we are very thankful for that. Thank you, sir. A special thanks to Dr. Rudramurthy, sir, Director, PSG CARE, who has helped us to publish the conference proceeding with ISBN and other required supports during the workshops of the conference. I extend our sincere thanks to Dr. N. Sarana Kumar, sir, Principal, PSG Institute of Technology and Applied Research, for his continuous support, involvement, and meticulously monitoring all the arrangements of this event from day one. And really, we are thankful to you and for giving us the venue too. Thank you, sir. I thank all the conveners, Dr. P. BG, Anuradha, Dr. Anuradha ma'am, Dr. Manoj, PSG ITEC, for their meticulous planning, execution, patience, and for, I hope, it will be a very great success because of all your involvement. We thank all the sponsors, starting from ANRF, DRDO, ONGC Energy Center, GEOL, RSI, Silver Crown Industries, Calzis, ECAPS, HEBL Trichy, NETS, INCAR Biologics, MTX, Sinsil Internationals for supporting us for both financially as well as for our research projects. Thank you. I thank RSC, ACS, and Wiley Publishers for graciously supporting the awards to the young researchers which will be given at the end of the conference. Behind every seamless moment is someone who works tirelessly in silence. A very special word of appreciation goes to our dear faculty members of PSG Institute of Advanced Studies and PSG-ITech, who have been tirelessly working for this conference for at least 2 to 3 months starting, going back. So without your involvement and support, we could have not reached this day. So thank you all the faculty members who are behind us, and a special thanks to our research scholars of PSG Institute of Advanced Studies. They are the pillars of this conference. Although we say to them, they do it perfectly with utmost dedication. So thank you all the scholars, research scholars who have been involved behind this conference. And I thank all the press media, central purchase, hall maintenance, security staffs, powerhouse of PSG College of Technology, PSG Institute of Technology Applied Research, and PSG Institute of Advanced Studies, along with event management from celebratory events, who have been doing a wonderful job, and Sri Gayatri Printers and the photography team who are with us. So thank you all. I finally thank everyone who are here from various institutes throughout India as a participants. I hope you will enjoy all the 3 days of this conference, and you would have enjoyed the workshop which was held yesterday. And thank you all. Have a wonderful conference at PSG. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are coming to the conclusion of this inaugural session. So we have few announcements to make. We will now break for a tea. They are kindly assemble by 11:15 a.m. in the same hall as we begin the plenary lectures of session 1. And the tea and refreshments for the dignitaries, participants, and the delegates have been arranged in the dining hall, and the refreshments for UG students from PSG IAS and PSG ITech has been arranged outside the convention hall. Thank you. We will see you at 11:15 here, sharply. Thank you. You can access this map by scanning your QR code, which is attached to your tag, and you can locate the respective halls, dining halls, and even the conference venue. Thank you.
Domain expert associated with the hydrogen program of the ONGC Energy Center with more than 33 years of rich experience in upstream oil and gas operations, corrosion control, quality management, and large-scale project coordination. He has contributed significantly to India's hydrogen research and technology development landscape. For over a decade, he has been deeply involved in the planning and execution of ONGC Energy Center's major R&D activities, particularly in green hydrogen generation through thermochemical water splitting cycles and the development of advanced corrosion testing facilities. Dr. Parvatanu has led international standard setting efforts, including chairing the AMPP NACE team that developed the global test method NACE 182, and he continues to serve in several key AMPP committees. With more than 140 publications and multiple patents, his contributions to the field are widely recognized. Sir, we are honored to have you with us. We now respectfully invite Dr. D. Parvatanu to chair the plenary session.
Hello, are you able to hear me? At the back benches, are you able to hear me? So a warm good morning to you all. Now in this preliminary session, just we have some three dignitaries will be sharing their rich experiences with us on several aspects of our green technologies and so many kinds of developments that are taking place around the globe. We have Dr. R. Sonde and we have Dr. R. Vijay and then Dr. Rajnikant Krishna Pai. These three gentlemen will be giving us their thoughts on some of the things like in hydrogen and several other areas of developments that are taking place. We know that whatever that in the inaugural session we heard from several people, eminent people including our chair, Dr. Kamachi Madali, about the need for energy, environment and developments across the systems, actually, especially in India, where we are going into, along with other people all over the world globally, that we are moving to net zero sometime during 2040, 2050, like at least we can go for net zero solutions. And then, so today when we are translating from energy transition, actually from the fossil fuel era to hydrogen through some kind of circular economies and all, several developments are taking place all over the globe, and then the technologies are getting developed in a cost-effective way, but simultaneously with a rhythm that environment friendly and in affordable way. That is the mantra that is going on. There are several challenges like material challenges and then technology challenges, unlike the present era where the geopolitics are taking a major shape and then everybody is not able to have the access for the energy needs of today or tomorrow, whatever that is going on. So tomorrow's technologies, when we want to develop, the government of India is also giving a lot of thrust on self-reliance of technologies and especially sustainable technologies. That is what is going on. And all the eminent speakers that we are going to have the lectures today, and they will be sharing with what kind of development that are taking place in several areas, especially the sustainable technologies, especially green hydrogen and even biotechnologies and several other things which are taking place. So with this brief introduction to this session, just I would like to first call the first speaker, Dr. R. Sonde. Just let me briefly introduce Dr. R. Sonde. Dr. Sonde is known to many of us actually because he started his career from BRC, Then now he is right now a leading scientist, technology leader, and one of India's most respected experts in clean energy, hydrogen systems, carbon capture and utilization and storage, and decarbonization. Many more things actually. Just when we define Dr. Sonde, it is very difficult actually as wide organ of interest actually in the developments. Even I worked with Dr. Sonde in our own, when he is advisor to our own research advisory committee. So he has a distinguished career. In his distinguished career, he served as executive vice president earlier in Thermax, and then several other things actually, NTPC and executive director, and he is outstanding scientist at Atomic Energy Commission of India. He is a visionary, obviously. Then when we start talking about several kinds of projects which are going on in India, and then several technology developments at Thermax also, just he was doing several other activities in this area. And then over the past 4 decades, Dr. Sonde has led and shaped national and international programs in the clean energy, including higher coal to methanol, hydrogen-based unmanned vehicles, sodium metal sulfate batteries, CCS initiatives, green hydrogen clusters. He has been deeply involved in India's decarbonization pathways across strategic sectors as steel, cement, aluminum, and power. And is currently guiding major pilots in CO2 capture, conversion to methanol, hydrogen islands, biomass to hydrogen, and sustainable aviation fuel development. These are some of the things to name a few. He also serves in the high-level committee of MNREs, DBT, BIRC, NITI Aayog, and CIA. A fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, Dr. Sonde has received numerous accolades, including Dr. M. Viswesvaraya Gold Medal, Dr. Dharaseni ICSTEE Medal, and the Gold Medal of the Indian Nuclear Society. He has guided several PhD and MTech students and delivered influential lectures nationally and internationally. So it is my privilege and honor to have you with us today, Dr. Sonde sir. On behalf of the organizing committee, I invite Dr. R.R. Sonde to deliver the preliminary lecture on science, speed, scale, and sustainability, from pilot to policy for industrial impact. Dr. Sonde, please.
Thank you very much. Am I audible to all of you? Good morning. All right, thanks for a generous introduction and maybe over-generous introduction of myself, which has brought me onto this stage. But what I'm going to do for next 40 minutes is going to be important feedback to me. So my request to all the students, especially the young researchers and researchers who are going to be the entrepreneurs, to give me a 40 minutes time. Okay, maybe I will speak for about 30 minutes, and let's keep 10 minutes for a question and answer session. So I would request Chairman that whenever you want me to stop, please tell me stop. I'll stop it there and then itself. Because I have a lot of things to talk to you, and it is impossible that even in this span of 45 minutes, I can even cover 1% of what I'm supposed to be communicating with you. So I want to keep this more a conversational one than a very typical plenary lecture. And therefore, I didn't want to take a recourse to the presentation more of my talk. But the message, please listen to me, the message that I'm going to give it to you is what will make me happy if that message is driven into your mind. Because we are entering into a highly inequitable world. Because just into this 21st century, we said that there's a globalized world, humanity is going to come together to solve big problems. But just 10 years, last 10 years, has shown how every country is putting a barrier and how science is used as a weapon in terms of their own monopolistic nature, and hence, if you want to be a leading nation, you need to have a deep science, you need to bring speed to your science, and you need to scale up that science. So these are the three important terms, and what is that mantra that I'm going to give it to you? How do you do this? Can you stop that particular light? It is a little reflecting me. So how do you stop this, this monopolistic attitude? By these three science, scale, speed is going to be the underlying theme of my talk. Now when I'm saying, what is this science? What is the deep science? Is Professor Sonde going to talk about new science, new laws of physics? No. I'm not saying that there's any change in the laws of physics that I did 40 years back to what is being done today. But what is the difference in science? The difference that happens today is that it is the explosion of the material properties. One thing that has changed is materials are becoming functional. So whether you take a quantum dot, for that matter, where you can actually tune it to capture all the frequencies, all the amplitudes, or you take a graphene with a molybdenum disulfide to actually catalyze and capture everything, or for that matter, the bell organic frameworks. Now there's a host of these new molecular dynamics which are coming into play, and the scientific boundaries that we have created has slowly disappeared. Today there is no science where it is a domain of a particular branch. Today biology and the way the genetic engineering is coming into the engineering science is amazing. How we are using those enzymes and various new kind of biological processes of creating an artificial photosynthesis to generate this inexhaustible energy is something very important, and that is what I'm going to be communicating. So science in its new avatar is going to be very important for a nation like ours. And I'm going to explain how do you really bring this new science, and to do that, what are the tools that is required. Along with science, you need to bring speed to your development. How do you bring speed to your development? And today, the data science, the AI/ML, the way the algorithms are coming in capturing the molecular dynamics has told us that to discover a new molecule, which in our time would take, if not decades, some years, today you can do it in months, if not in weeks. So the way the data science and generative algorithm from a earlier kind of a way of claiming the data, you are generating the whole thing, and therefore your speed of science has gone up by several fold. And then the scale. And the way the scale is going to happen because of the fact that today the humanoid robots, and what, my dear friends, I'm talking is not a science fiction. It is not something 30 years away. It will happen in next 5 to 10 years. In a very active career life of all of you, these things are going to happen. And therefore, unless you bring these three S's, and therefore the policymakers and the way that we have to build our development to a higher and higher pilot scales is important, because that is what is going to impact the society and sustainable enterprise. Science has been always an instrument of disruptor and continues to be in a ruthless manner. The change that has happened from our times, I'm now nearing 70, I'm an old timer, I'm a past. But when I look back and understand what is the difference now, is that the scale is global. It is no more now limited to a different way earlier science would happen, so it had become an instrument of disruptor and continues to be in a more ruthless manner, winner takes all. It is an unfortunate kind of a situation that 6 corporations, 4 from US and 2 from China, may dominate the entire this whole new science that is emerging. And it may so happen that a country like India, with so much of intellectual strength, may not have any cards in their hands. Cards to play, as been said in a very, very esoteric manner. So what we thought, that Moore's law will somewhere taper off. Moore's law, which all of you know, is the power of technology which doubles every 18 months. Now it is doubling every 14 months. And we never thought at that point in time, when Thomas More from Bell's lab said that this will have a lifetime, after a time it will taper off. What has happened is that it is still exponentially growing. The growth of the technology has become so fast that the human perception is not able to keep its match with the development. And therefore, science, which was considered as a great leveler, that, we said that today, if Saraswati, I'm not talking in any religious term, if you are able to worship the knowledge, wealth will get created. That was something which was always assumed as the way to go ahead. Today it has happened that science has become a great divider. So either you have it, either you are on the top of the game, or you are always in a catch-up game, and catch-up game, please we understand that we are the losers. So whatever technology we are working, if you mimic what is happening out there and try to start all over again, rather than leapfrogging into a new development, we'll end up in this endless catch-up game, which is going to exhaust you and going to leave behind because you can't own the ownership. I'm very happy that this time's Nobel Prize in economics is given to these 3 eminent economists who have introduced this concept, what is known as useful knowledge. Because all forms of growth that gains from trade and the K accumulation, knowledge accumulation, has been subjected to some kind of a concavity. They all taper off, but the knowledge is the only one which is exponentially growing. And in that knowledge, what these economists, especially Joel McHale from Northwestern University, who is the Nobel Prize winner, I had a privilege to listen to him when he said that this useful knowledge is that knowledge which is going to convert your knowledge into wealth. And therefore he talks about the prescriptive knowledge and a propositional knowledge. And therefore, when you look at this Stokes theorem on this side here, it shows that whatever work you are doing today, whatever knowledge acquiring you are doing today, try to understand that knowledge has to create, has to solve a big problem, and that is where you need to be in the pasture quadrant, where a great science delivers a great product. I can explain to you how that particular discovery has made the Western world one of the leading nations. Because just in 17th or 18th century, India was the top of the game. India was the richest country with the highest GDP. Just about 300 years of colonial rule, we have lost that capability to convert the knowledge into a creation of a wealth. And we are remaining into a tinkering or an incremental research with a dead-end kind of a product that we are going to do. And therefore, as I said in my opening, that I'm going to give you little small shocks. What needs to be done? And how do you really take it up? Have a think of this. Just think about this. This was done by Sridhar Vamuri of Zoho, and it's very revealing to us. Today, GPU, the graphical process unit, is the basic requirement of an AI/ML data center. The AI data centers are no more on CPUs. They are all on GPUs. And this GPU code is written by Indian engineers in Bangalore and Hyderabad, and the actual chip is manufactured by TSML in Taiwan using ASML Dutch manufacturing sector, and NVIDIA Johnson is integrating the system. And that very chip design, which originated from our engineers in Bangalore, controlled IP by NVIDIA, the latest announcement is that that GPU chip will not be sold to India. Can you see the irony here? And therefore, when today we are developing, we are plugged into a network which is not in India, is not controlled in India. And if anybody switches off, the whole whatever digital thing that they are doing will collapse. My dear audience, I am not creating any gloomy situation. I am a dangerously optimistic fellow. But when I say that all of us, the researchers, the scientists, the bureaucrats, the politicians, the public, seem to be in a slumber, assuming that something will happen by miracle. China has realized it. China develops DeepSeek, just 8 months later, ChatGPT comes, completely dependent on their network, their spice, their this thing. Whereas today we are all connected to a network which is not controlled by us. And there's a ban. And when Zoho, Sridhar, I had an interaction during yesterday, if I put time on this, when he says this, I said, what is required yesterday for India is to disconnect yourself and develop your own system. So India proudly built RE. We talked about it. We say that we have now built 106,000 megawatts of solar PV. We are proud. We pat on our back. And the liberalized cost is 25%. And the society paid. I remember when I was writing along with Dr. Chidambaram, I said India should follow concentrated solar thermal. I was dismissed. They said CSB is obvious. Let us give more money to PV, and our initial feed-in tariff was 27 rupees per unit, per kilowatt hour. We brought down to 21 rupees. Today it is becoming 2 rupees. But when you look at it, this money, India did not get it. This was all gone to finance the R&D which has happened in Canada and Germany and China. So indirectly, in terms of this thing, we build a capacity, but the entire value chain, 90% of the value chain money went outside India. So though I'm very happy and proud that India is one of the leading solar company, exactly on the other side, I feel disappointed. I feel sorry about this. And this story is getting repeated even now in hydrogen. In hydrogen, we are finding that PLI is given on those electrolyzers. You are spending $50 a kilowatt, and that money is not coming into India. So we are ending up, I'm giving you a dark story of what is happening. And therefore, inevitability for us to develop our own technology, and that's where our Honorable Prime Minister says, Atmanirbhar, many times we don't realize is making a digital phone, iMobile, is Atmanirbhar when we just do the final integration or assembly. So, has not been impressive. And therefore, India has to now, if we want to really rewrite India today, because what happens in the next 25 years is going to be absolutely critical for India. Because what we have done since independence, 75 years, we have reached about 3.9 or $4 trillion economy. Whereas our per capita is about just $2,000. I'm not going to get into too much of economic numbers, but when in next 25 years, 20, 47, 100 years, if our economy has to go to $30 trillion, which is 8 times more, in just 1/3 of the time, you can imagine the challenge that we have. And believe me, the current systems, the current scientific systems which are impregnated, I'm not blaming Macaulay or anything on the higher education. I'm a part of that, having moved from a basic researcher to various corporate, public sector entities as a director. Then I went back to, I've done everything. I realized that time has come where young people like you, we need to call what is called as creative destruction. Please take these thoughts and discuss amongst yourself that if India has to be counted as a knowledge giant, merely continuing the status quo and maintaining the same system which happens in our IITs and this kind of a educational research, including the CSI, laboratories, DRDOs, atomic energy, will not do. We will end up in mimicking something, and therefore, my dear students, the need for a continuous create-destroy strategy, synergy is critical. I don't know, am I communicating with all of you? Really, I do not know whether I'm communicating, but this is very important because disruptions, cutting-edge technologies are going to happen. We can't remain in our comfort zone, which all of us are used to. That has gone. You can't be happy that you have done this because somebody has done better than you and he can globalize it. Therefore, I think I just remember, again, this is a-religious, I'm an agnostic person, but the Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwar, we call it distraction is a beautiful way. When Shivasya Samvara Krida, Srishti Bhavanankura. So he did that whatever is sustained need to be renewed. Unless you do that, you cannot create a new society. So somewhere we have lost this very thing, and we are actually holding on to something which has often, I tell it in the corridors of power in Delhi, we have become very close to what we have got, and we are not ready to get rid of that. And if you don't do it, my dear friends, we will have a difficult time, because if you see here on the y-axis, there's a disruption potential happening on every of your science research that you're doing, and on the x-axis, there's a TRL, technology readiness level. So the thought is whether I should move on the X direction, which means perpetuate the yesterday's state of art, or whether I should go and look at the new state of art. Is water electrolysis is the only of hydrogen, and we are jumping in water electrolysis. I know there are many papers which are looking at it, and I would consider that hydrogen by water electrolysis with such a high ore potential challenges, you may change, you may tinker, you may say I'll put a membrane, you may say I'll do a better catalyst coating, but no. End of the day, it is still, when you look at the Faraday's conversion, that's not the way. There are different ways, photochemical or photoelectrochemical or a thermoelectrochemical. There are many ways of converting hydrogen, but somehow we have followed a path because somebody from Scandinavia said that we'll do, and we are blindly following that. And tomorrow some new technology happens, and therefore the important thing for the young researchers is you've got to look at it from a very, very different, fundamental way. A linear way of thinking will not do. And therefore, so this is my kind of a basic sense. What is changing, I'll come back when I'm talking about it. But let me now talk, because this is on sustainability. Climate change is real. I think Ranjit Pai said, climate change, there's no need of a dialogue on this. And we have an obligation as 1/6 of humanity, as one of the leading knowledge givers to the world. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We said that. So what are many differences? But still we know that humanity is important, and we have a fundamental obligation to mitigate this curse. But you see what is happening. I work deeply in CCS. This whole 6 hours I can take on CCS because I'm one of the leading person working on this entire carbon capture, utilization and sequestration. And I get angry that we are divided now. This is a capture, this is storage. No, we are doing that. It is just carbon conversion and storage. So now what has happened? The world is spending billions of dollars. India is spending billions of dollars. And we are not being able to even take out not more than 0.043 billion tons. Globe is emitting 43,000 million tons of carbon dioxide. We are at the point of where we will have a huge nature's payback on us in terms of doing it. But look at that Sisyphus Greek mythological thing. We are not solving the problem, and therefore you can see this. That last year CO2 concentration has gone up highest in last 50 years. In 1 year, it shot up to 3.5 ppm. And I take a part of it when I work in this field. And if my work, my R&D has resulted in an increase in CO2, that should show a mirror in front of us. That how utterly we as academicians, scientists have been failure because we have not understood the magnitude of the problem. And therefore, the unsustainable is this whole philosophy of more from more. So we want everybody to build big buildings, tall buildings, big malls, fat cars, so much of a bigness we have gone for, and it has therefore resulted in everything going high. Carbon monoxide has gone up, carbon dioxide has gone up, nitrous oxide has gone up, methane has gone up, ozone has gone up, surface temperature has gone up. So this is what is given. The nature is now reflecting, because today when India has to grow, what is India today is 4 trillion, it has become 30 trillion, 80% of India will be built in your time. What we have done is only 20% of India. So you understand, when you want to build larger thing, this will also grow. So can we come out of this vicious cycle of more from more? Because please understand, today, nature, with those 9 elements, I'm not going to get into the explanation of what is sustainability, has come to a stage where the response variable has become very sensitive. It has become a second order Laplacian equation where any tickling with the control variable has a huge impact. Nature is striking back, and therefore these extreme events are overwhelming us. Maybe 50 years back, 40 years back, 30 years back, there was a resilience, there was a fidelity. And today, in the process of solving the problem, my feeling is we are deepening the problem. All those solutions are deepening the problems. And this, my dear friends, if at all I have to leave a message, should be the main course of discussions in the corridors, in the classrooms, in the boardrooms, and in the public debate system. Because we need counterbalancing forces. Yes, I say that it is not that only 20% of the developed nations have to enjoy all the luxuries. 80% legitimately wants that luxury. But will they also know how to create that more? It is important that 1.5 billion population of India should have all the luxury. But in that process of getting luxury, you cannot say that, no, now you live frugally. Now you live in a limited way. That's not the dialogue in any global negotiation. Well, how do I now do that? That's where the science, the new science, the scale and the speed is very important, because it is increasing, but the forces, whatever carbon intensity and the energy intensity, are not going at the same rate, because we are not exploiting the science in its fullest form. So again, I said that we are in a different era where Moore's law has been never so disruptive. The problem is, in this Moore's law, there are only few winners, and I don't want India to be in that list. Today, what is important, people discuss, is only with US and China. India does not come, and they say India does not have cards to play. In a very, very kind of, I would say, a very disrespectful way, and therefore we, as two people who love this country, need to change this particular way of doing it. So India has to develop. India's HDI is low, Human Development Index. So there are many, I'll skip all these things. India has to build its economy. And the third angle, so if you want to build India's economy, India has to reach the $30 trillion, so that the per capita becomes 18,000, which is where all those SDG goals will be met. We can't just meet it on saying it. This is hardcore conversion. And when I did this modeling, this was done with some 10 billion scientists, we made that, look at India's CO2 curve. If India has to develop $30 trillion economy, like all the developed nations, including China, has done, India's contribution of CO2 will be 11.2 billion tons. And at that time, India will be contributing to 75% of the CO2 emissions. That is the way every nation has developed. Now what has been told to us is that India has to bring down its emissions. No country, underline this, no country in the world has ever to do this kind of a inverse, where your energy requirement is high, your economic development is high, but you have been asked to bring down, because every country has built its economy on fossil, and now you say you don't use fossil. It is unfair, but it is also a huge responsibility. And I consider, therefore, how do I do it? What is our net zero? That means by 2047, if India has to become Vikasit, our CO2 emission will have to become half of what it is when we reach the peak value of, I don't know, this is not working, at 3.8. Right now, we are emitting 3.4 billion tons. I hope, my dear friends, I'm communicating with all of you. Hello? Am I communicating? So what we have done, and I can leave it for more question and answer, I'm a chairman of the newly formed 11 verticals, which was called as ICSTEE. It is rebooting India's science and technology. And I am the chairman of Energy, Environment, Climate by none other than our Prime Minister's office, managed by DST and 9 ministries under the able guidance of our principal scientific advisor, Dr. Vijay from RC, is one of the leading people. We have made a roadmap for India's sustainability and India's pathway. 9 years is what we have found out. My dear friends, I simply don't have time even to go through one of them, because I think I'm already, I don't know how much time I've got, 5 minutes. So to 5 minutes to explain those 9 levers is just not possible. But trust me, these 9 levers, which is going to build new India, is deeply rooted in science. And how do you do a new science and how do you abandon the old practices? And it should begin from here in these kind of institutions. Unless we perpetuate old systems and assume that miracle will happen, I think we are in a fool's paradise. China has learned it very quickly. 25 years back, China's economy was less than India's economy. And today, there are 35 universities in China which are in the first 100 crores ranking. And they have understood that for nation, nothing is important. Nothing is important than understanding, I'll just say accelerated material circularity, CCS. So these are all the things that are important. So I thought that let me pick 4 areas, and I don't have that time because this is what I spoke in the STEE conference on 3rd and 4th of November. Renewable energy, clean coal technologies, nuclear energy, and hydrogen. Because these are the areas I'm deeply working, but again, as I said, I will not get into the details about all these things. But please understand, I'll just bring you the important points before I close my talk, is that look, India built this, but India realized only about 6% of the value chain because polysilicon, ingot and wafers, solar cell were never built in the country. And no one we are trying to do as a catch-up game. Catch-up game is a wasted game that we are doing it. And therefore, I don't know, this is also not. R&D to commercial is very well exploited by a few nations. And we are just following what is happening there. You can see how the research in solar increased to ensure that the cost of per peak watt from a mighty $6 a peak watt has come down to under $0.1 a peak watt. These are all very clear examples of, and story is not over yet. Quantum mission, quantum dot, which can be tunable parameters, and also the fact that you can put a multi-electron injection, exciton, plasma. I mean, look at this whole thing. Earlier we are saying that it is not possible that every photon, every HD with all that amplitude curve cannot be recovered. Today you can get a solar energy at 100%, and people like Elon Musk are working on these kind of technologies. So the way that development is taking place in these materials is really very important. So I am worried, really, my dear friends, that they are building such. Can you put some new cell into this? So I get worried that things like new materials like quantum dots, graphene, is monopolized by just 2 companies, 485 patents. So now we will start working on that. We will not be working on any one of these things. Where should I show this? Well, I don't know. Please check all these things before you. Yeah. So what I will do is that, okay, that is as far as coal, that's the place where I'm working, as mentioned this morning, is still the mainstay of India, and now we have to really examine, because by 2047, India's coal requirement will still come down from current 56% to 38%. But when you look at the absolute number, India will be using from a current 1 billion ton or 1,000 million tons to about 2 billion tons. So coal will still remain a mainstay because India is a land-starved country, and whatever you do, solar, that model that I said, so it is important that how do you build a zero-emission plant, and I'm deeply involved with this kind of technology, but I think I wanted to speak something on CCS because that's an important part. If chairman gives me 5 minutes, I just want to speak on CCS part and complete it because CCS is a very important arm for this country. On 2nd of December, there's a country's CCS pathway will be released by Ajay Sood, Professor Ajay Sood. I am the architect of that particular CCS roadmap, and that's a very important roadmap that we are developing, but we have to understand capture of CO2 is another big elephant in the room. Unless you understand this, you'll realize that CCS will generate more carbon dioxide than it captures. I repeat again. If you go the conventional way, what is happening today, those 4 plants or 5 plants, if you do a total life cycle analysis, those plants, please remember this, are generating more CO2 than this one. So therefore, we have to look at it in a very different way, how do I explain? So can we do some deep chemistry? I come back to this science, deep science. And there are plenty of ideas. If you give me 1 day of yours, I can come down and discuss these ideas. Because somewhere we have kind of so much got into a kind of a siloed way of thinking. Unless we discuss across the disciplines, there are many deep chemistry, capitalist designs, and celebrated metal organic frameworks. So we need to do a lot of things in this. Again, I'm not explaining a lot of the decarbonization ideas that this country is working on. Yeah, I'm closing it. All right, so I think I'll stop the discussions here because this is also. So I want to talk on hydrogen molecules, but again, I don't have time for that. What is important? What is the nuclear policy? What is the public? So I'll just skip all of them. These are stick what was built, and this is where we have built this 5 resources for the country. This was done on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, which was inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister. So closing comments, my dear students, please do not be limited by lack of ideas. You need to come, understand the problem, and then only we can solve these ideas. We need to move from this more from more to more from less is a very important philosophy, which again I'll not explain to you. 5 mantras, bring speed to your work. Smart design of experiments, brave to accept failures, look out for creating IP and creating wealth from commercialization. Many new molecules today, big companies, NVIDIA is investing so much money in developing this kind of AI/ML-based material discovery. It is amazing, and sometimes I feel absolutely agitated that some of these works we are not doing it in this country, which is very important for India's future. So, we need to bring synthetic biology. As I said, biology is becoming important. And in the transition phase, we have to understand that we have to use these AI/ML tools, quantum dot levels and humanoids will come into play to bring scale and speed to our science. So, things that we should guard against, mind of incrementalism should be really taken out. Don't do anything which is incremental. Do a deep tech science. Legacy system to deliver Vikasit Bharat will not happen. We need to really cut that creative destruction. Becoming our industries dumping ground for obsolete technology, risk aversion, and inability to build scale and capacity. So with this, my dear friends, sorry for being a little in a hurry, but I just make this last Atharva Veda, which is very important for this country. What is that we are missing? This is coming together. Sahana vavatu, sahana bhunattu, sahaviram karavavave, tejasvina vaditamastu ma buddhishavaya. This is what is the knowledge that man must learn to happily progress together or miserably perish. Man can live individually but can survive only collectively. And this mantra, what Ratan Tata said, if you want to run fast, run alone. But if you want to run far, run together. So this whole, our thinking that I and me and my lab and my discipline is a time to break those boundaries. There are many ideas. I'm sorry I could not cover many of those. And I thank the chairman for being lenient in giving me this extra. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandhu. I'm extremely sorry that because we are already running time now, so we couldn't entertain you for having more information from you. And then, before calling next speaker, actually just to summarize, actually Dr. Sandhu has set the tone for the conference with his slogan that we have to go for creative destruction of the technologies for a sustainable future, and then we have to have a change in approach for not for simply for R&D alone, R&D leading to technology development for a larger cause of the public with whatever that was already told in the morning, that energy, environment, sustainability, all the things to come together, and he has given some kind of 5 mantras along with what are the ways and means of doing things in improving the things of solar PVs, and with his vast experience in solar PVs and then coal to gas and coal to liquids and this kind of technologies, for some giving some kind of tips like. These are some of the things just to tell you briefly about the talk actually. And then just I will give some honor to a couple of questions from the audience actually. Okay. Before we go to the next speaker.
Please raise your hands so that the mic can reach you.
Be brief actually about your question so that at least we'll have more information.
Hello, good morning, sir. I'm not that young, but I think I can ask a question which is relevant. Yeah, my name is Rajkumari. I am an alumnus of PSG institutions and an academic researcher and an entrepreneur. So it was a very noble talk and a very triggering talk. Thank you, sir, for that. There is a take-home message I personally perceived from your talk. That is, probably you didn't use that terminology, but that is sustainable commercialization, because you spoke about science to technology, technology to product, and product to commercialization. And you spoke about more is actually not sustainable. So we have to focus on sustainable commercialization.
Yes, detected.
And do you think that's the card India has to play? No.
Sustainable is a very funny term. What is sustainable? Because this word, sustainable, of an enterprise, sustainable of a nation, sustainable of a globe, sustainable of PSG institutions, these are at loggerheads with a larger sustainability of a planet, human beings on the planet. And therefore, it is not simply, as morning somebody said, simply a play of technology. Public acceptance is very important. In one of the calls, CII call like this, there are 1,000 people on cement. I said, today cement is available to you at 7 rupees a kg. If you take the bulk density, it is almost 6 rupees a liter, whereas the mineral water costs us 10 rupees a liter. But if I to put
a decarbonized cement, that cement costs 29 rupees, 4 times more. I ask the audience to raise their hand, how many of you are willing to pay 4 times more for a sustainable cement? My dear friends, and they were all very, very senior industry captains in the CII, except 2 or 3, we do that to hesitatingly raise their hand. What is happening for us as scientists? We are not communicating this to the public. Today, unfortunately, India's policy is not built by academicians, and I took a strong acceptance. It is done by people like McKinsey's and Ernst & Young and KPMG's who decide what policy, what hydrogen policy, what CCS policy has to be made. And academicians are just following as though that is a gospel. This is the disconnect between the researchers. We have a say. Policy cannot be built in vacuum. What is India's policy may not be what is happening in DOE in US or in any part of the world. I get angry, sorry, I'm sorry, I don't want to get angry. So this is where the problem is. Similarly, we consider, in fact, I used to tell in atomic energy, don't keep anything as a white elephant or a sacred elephant. We need to communicate. Otherwise, I will say coal, somebody will say nuclear, somebody will say solar, somebody says hydro. We need all of them. Inclusivity. So this is a huge philosophical definition to sustainability. Are you willing? That's where creative destruction. Are you willing that whatever I've done, I'm ready to forego and start anew? That flexibility, that foresight, that wisdom. My dear, I just want to say this. India had, what we are lacking today is iconic leadership. I can imagine when I joined atomic energy, people like Homi Bhabha and Vikram Sarabhai, they were actually 2 things in one. They were yogis, they were visionaries, and they were commissars. Commissars. That means they were the people who had a foot on the ground. I can give you examples. I can give you a management example. Adi Shankara was a great leader. Mahatma Gandhi was a great leader. India and the globe today needs that leadership which is evolved, which is far-sighted. Then only we can actually bring this. It's a larger definition.
Yes.
Sorry for that.
So that is the cost India has to pay, the destructive creativity?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Please remember this, not in a negative sense. Samvar and Srishti.
So he is a nation of knowledge and experience. So if you raise one question, we will be doing for another half an hour little like with due apology. Such a knowledgeable person actually. With we are not able to encash his knowledge and experience in this limited time. So let us go to the next speaker because it is lunch time. Everybody will start telling the same thing. I will go to the next speaker. That's great actually. Unfortunately, we are delayed.
May we request Dr. U. Kamashi Mudli and Dr. D. Parvatalu to kind present a token of appreciation to Professor R.R. Sunday.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunday, again, just for a wonderful talk and discussion. Our next speaker is Dr. R. Vijay. Just I would like to give him some brief introduction about it. It's my honor to welcome Dr. Vijay, Director of the ERCI, Hyderabad, an autonomous R&D institution under the Department of Science and Technology. I am sorry, actually, there was some confusion actually. I'm extremely sorry, my apologies actually. Now the next speaker is Dr. Ranjit Krishna Pai. It is my privilege to warmly welcome Dr. Ranjit Krishna Pai, Scientist Staff and Senior Director at the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and our esteemed guest of honor for the special address. Dr. Pai brings over 23 years of distinguished experience spanning research, administration, and national level program leadership in the clean energy and advanced technologies. So to briefly tell that his research positions in several organizations like India and abroad, and his interest and scientific contribution in some of the significant forefront areas like nanostructured hybrid materials, functional polymers, organic and hybrid solar cells, energy storage materials, biosensing platforms, and photonic devices, resulting in high-impact applications, book chapters, and international collaborations. At BST, Dr. Pai leads major national initiatives in hydrogen fuel cells, energy storage, clean energy materials, and next generation technologies, and has vast number of publications and then has been leading some vanity projects with a cumulative grant of about 500 crores in Indian rupees. His leadership has driven landmark programs such as Hydrogen Value Innovation Clusters, Advanced Materials for Energy Storage Technologies Initiatives, and Integrated Clean Energy Material Acceleration Program platform. Several technologies under his guidance have already progressed from laboratory to scale, and he has several meritorious contributions and accolades from this thing. And with this brief introduction, I would like to have Dr. Ranjit Krishna Pai for today's talk on research to reality, building India's green hydrogen ecosystem through innovation and collaborative approach actually. And then I request Dr. Pai to confine himself, including question of systems for 45 minutes time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will be talking about DST's Clean Energy Research Initiative. So in India, the way of operation is concerned with the Ministry of Science and Technology, which in turn comprises the Department of Science and Technology, then DBT and CSIR. So these have been the three main operational agencies. So apart from this, governmental funding is not only comprised of this, although we are going to look mainly at what these agencies are doing. And there is a lot of other opportunities such as MNRE, MOP, and public sector unit that comes under the government. Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas is becoming a very key player in the transition to renewable resources, and especially the transition from petroleum and natural gas to hydrogen. Then we have Ministry of Earth Science and DSIR. So all these government agencies are coming and putting forth their input, although the main execution agencies as far as the Material for Energy Storage Program and Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Program is concerned is the Department of Science and Technology. India presented the following 5 nectar elements called Panchamrita of India's climate action. First, India will take its non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatt by 2030. Second, India will meet 50% of its energy requirement from renewable energy by 2030. And third, India will reduce the total projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons from now till 2030. Then fourth, by 2030, India will reduce the carbon intensity of its economy by more than 45%. And fifth, by the year of 2070, India will achieve the target of net zero. So together, these 5 elements from the backbone of India's climate action agenda. According to the International Energy Agency's 2021 data, India stands as the 3rd largest emitter of greenhouse gases worldwide. If we break this down by sector, the energy, industrial, transport, and agricultural sector together account for most of our CO2 emission. So understanding this distribution is key. It helps identifying where mitigation effort can be most effective. So, and with the emergence of hydrogen technology, particularly in industry and transport, we now have a credible pathways towards achieving emission neutrality in these high impact areas. Over the past century and a half, CO2 emissions have increased dramatically. This rise is driven mainly by human activity, especially the burning of fossil fuels. And here the key point, every single unit of carbon we add to the atmosphere add to the greenhouse effect. There is no getting around the science. As emission rise, global temperature rise. So this is why reaching net zero is not just a policy target. It is about a scientific necessity. If emissions continue to grow, temperature increase will accelerate and the impact will grow more severe. So India's renewable energy journey begins with a strong focus on solar power. As of July 2023, our installed solar capacity stands at 70.1 gigawatt, an impressive 30-fold increase over the past 9 years. So this tremendous growth has been driven by leading companies such as Adani Green Energy, Tata Power, Ujjas Energy and others, all playing a vital role in expanding India's solar footprint. In 2023 alone, India added nearly 48,445 megawatt of new solar capacity, a clear sign of how rapidly our clean energy sector is advancing. Today, India is proudly stand fourth globally in solar power capacity, a powerful reflection of our nation's commitment to sustainable growth and greener future. So the way forward towards decarbonization requires us to focus on the sectors that are the toughest to clean up. These include fertilizer, refineries, steel, chemicals and transportation, and especially roads, shipping and aviation. For most of these, traditional electrification alone is not enough. And that is where hydrogen comes in as the most promising pathways for decarbonizing this hard-to-abate sector. So in simple terms, we have two main routes forward. One, electricity wherever it's practical, and two, for the rest, use hydrogen to fill the gap. So this dual approach gives us a realistic, scalable path towards a truly low-carbon future. So India still faces a power crisis. In many rural areas, people experiences power cut for up to 8 hours a day. That's almost a third of their day without electricity. So what is the solution? Of course, energy storage. So if we can store extra power when supply is high, we can use it later when demand peak. And this is where cleaner battery comes in. So sodium-ion battery, for example, can be safer, greener, and even cheaper than the lithium-ion battery we use today. But electricity is not our only problem. Our cities are choking, pollution from vehicles is worsening air quality every single day. So that's why affordable electric vehicles are the need of the hours to reduce emission and make clean transport accessible for everyone. So if we put it all together, the big picture is clear. Reliable energy plus clean mobility will lead us towards a sustainable green future of India. So India is buzzing with battery research. If you see this slide, from Jammu in the north to Trivandrum in the south, our labs are working tirelessly on shaping the future of energy. We may have different strengths, but we share one mission. Institutions like IITs, IASCR, and pushing boundaries in advanced chemistries, whether it's sodium-ion or lithium-ion or solid-state batteries. At the same time, universities such as Amrita University and Pondicherry are focusing on cost-effective and eco-friendly solutions. And when we talk about diversity in research, it's incredible. Carbon-based electrode, next-generation anode and cathode, solid electrolyte, and of course, recycling and sustainability. So what's important in that? India is not just importing battery technology. We are building our own ecosystem. So from the north to the south, east to the west, every corner of the country is contributing. And the collective goal is clear: to power electric vehicle, strengthen grid storage, and create a greener India. So when you look at this map, you are not just seeing research locations. You are seeing the heartbeat of India's clean energy future. So battery research in India covers everything from concept, materials, and electrode for fuel cell packs, prototypes, and even recycling. Lithium ion today is main technology, mature, but safety and cost issue. Then sodium ion, it is a cheaper, safer, and close to commercialization. If you talk about solid state, it's a future technology, still early stage. And others like lithium sulfur, sodium sulfur, zinc ion, aluminum ion, metal are under research. So India is preparing both for today's need and tomorrow's solution. So essential battery fact in EV. Here are the key takeaway from the data in 3 simple points. First, we look at size difference. Buses use massive battery, for example, 322 to 453 kilowatt hour for their weight and distance, similar to having a giant fuel tank. For example, car use much smaller battery, 30 to 79 kilowatt hour for everyday driving. If you talk about battery chemistry, most common is LFP. Most vehicles, including the buses and Tata Nexon, use LFP. So this type is preferred for being safer, cheaper, and having a very long life. Then last, performance option. So the M&M XUV 400 uses NMC, and this type pack more energy in a smaller space and is often used when manufacturers prioritize higher performance or lightweight. Then last, power and speed. So the C rate, like a speed limit, shows how fast a battery can be used or charged. So the M&M XUV 400 and M&M BEV have a higher peak, faster burst of power for quick acceleration. For example, the buses and Tata Nexon have lower continuous C rate, showing they are designed for steady, efficient power delivery over a long time. So now, why sodium ion batteries are exciting, especially for India? Because it is cheap and everywhere. Sodium salt is incredibly abundant and cheap, unlike rare and expensive lithium. This means low-cost batteries for everyone. Next is safer material. They don't need cobalt, which is expensive, and ethically sourced, making them cleaner and cheaper to produce. Then fast and stable. They have the potential for fast charging and can handle a wide range of temperature. Easy to make, they can make using existing factory equipment from lithium-ion batteries. So what is the current problems? So we can't use the standard carbon material. For example, graphite for one side of the battery, and other key material are still unstable in air. So what we need? Scientists are still working to find the perfect internal liquid, for example, electrolyte, and fully understand how the battery will age and fail over time. So the raw materials are ready. The 2 main powders, for example, anode and cathode, that holds the energy are being produced by companies like Reliance, Faradian, and Indi Energy. So technology is proven and ready for commercialized scale. For example, TRL level 6 or 7. So full battery cells are in large prototypes testing. The specialized liquid is being developed by companies like GFL to stop import. So the last big hurdle, India need to develop its own factories and specialized machinery to mass produce this battery without importing the equipment. So this is the main focus now. So India is building the made in India sodium ion battery component by component. So now I will talk about the program which I am handling at DST. Over the last 10 years, DST has built a robust ecosystem for advancing energy storage in India. We began in 2016 with the Material for Energy Storage program, and since then support has steadily expanded. So dedicated platforms such as MECSP, ICMAP, and the AMIS program have strengthened research from mid-TRL level towards a commercialization. We have also supported fellowship and innovation award to nurture talent and early stage ideas. And most recently, the new and emerging energy storage program is accelerating technology at TRL level 5 and above. Across all this effort, DSC has supported 131 projects with nearly 187 crore has been invested under this program. So this represents a clear long-term commitment to building India's advanced and indigenous energy storage capability. So DST IAC energy storage platform on supercapacitor. So this platform led by IAC Bangalore is a national initiative to accelerate high power electrochemical energy storage. It brings together a multi-institutional ecosystem to develop advanced material, next generation devices, architectures and scalable prototype for both mobility and grid application. So the focus areas include high power asymmetric supercapacitor, hybrid lithium ion ultra supercapacitors, and low cost sodium based system. So this platform also supports rapid prototyping and industry aligned research, helping translate innovation into deployable technology. The another center we have supported at IIT Delhi. This platform, mainly led by IIT Delhi, bring together IAC, ARCI, CGCRI, and IICT in a national collaborative effort. So objective is to develop next generation battery and flow batteries technology using earth abundant material. As most of you are aware, the Material for Energy Innovation Community was established under Mission Innovation 2 to accelerate the exploration, discovery, and use of new high-value energy material through Material Acceleration Platform, or called Self-Driving Material Lab. So MAPs are enabling tool which allows material researchers to obtain results faster, with higher quality and at a lower cost. So MAP accelerate the development process for materials and devices by closing the loop between synthesis, characterization and simulation, and driving it with an artificial intelligence engine. So though we are focusing on clean energy application, material acceleration platform can apply across the full material spectrum and a major industrial sector. So going forward, Material for Energy will focus on advancing material acceleration platform agenda within government to stimulate the use of policy tool to facilitate MAP adoption, particularly in support of the MI missions. Since Mission Innovation was announced, Material for Energy focused on identifying opportunity to support these 4 missions and one of the innovation community and their unique material need. So some of these ideas are reflected in this slide. We appreciate that each MI initiative is at a slightly different stage of development. Material for Energy would like to participate in your individual roadmap preparation in order to assess whether MAP could be applied to solve material problems that would advance you towards your goal. So in some cases, we are already developing the self-driving lab to address missions need, particularly for hydrogen and carbon dioxide reduction. So in order to get an idea of how material acceleration platform could work for developing electrocatalyst for clean hydrogen mission, let us consider the electrocatalyst system under development by the National Research Council of Canada. Here, the schematic shows the closed-loop catalyst synthesis and characterization to achieve oxygen reduction using low-cost metal oxide materials. Here, artificial intelligence will be used to accelerate the electrochemical characterization, but also plan the next experiment from the available elements or candidate material space. So this system can directly apply to hydrogen production, and there are also plans to integrate this in the future DSTs and MNRE program. Hopefully it will work under the National Green Hydrogen Mission. So introducing ICMAP, the Integrated Clean Energy Material Acceleration Platform. So this is a national AI-enabled framework designed to accelerate clean energy material development. It brings together 3 major programs: bioenergy and hydrogen map, 10 PIs working on biomass to hydrogen pathways and hydrogen storage material. Then material map, 17 PIs advancing automated perovskite solar cell development and material for energy efficient building. And finally, we have storage map, 15 PI focused on next generation solid state battery material. So across all these three verticals, we leverage AI, machine learning and data analytics to accelerate discovery and optimization. And importantly, a strong emphasis is placed on translational implementation. So DST continue to ask, how will this technology, this concept we develop, actually translate to ground reality? So the question is built into the design of all these verticals. Together, IC map positions India had a leadership in next generation clean energy material and real world deployment. Here this slide presents the integrated clean energy material acceleration platform. So the platform connects three levels of innovation: molecular, device and system into a single accelerator workflow. Look at that, at the molecular level, we focus on domain identification, literature mapping, synthetic capability and performance parameter modeling. So at the device level, ICMap support automated testing, parameters analysis and data-driven interpretation. And at the system level, it integrates insight from all verticals to optimize clean energy solution more rapidly. So to ensure accountability, each sub-vertical has a principal investigator supported by a lead PI across vertical and administrative PI for coordination with DST. So together, ICMap provide a coherent, fast-track approach to clean energy material and technology development. On this slide, we present an example of map vertical and how we define the problem. So in the energy storage domain, ICMap divides the work into focused vertical. For example, material discovery, device fabrication, optimization, and system integration. For each vertical, the process begins with a clear and sharp problem definition, so that our research stays aligned with national priorities and we can fully leverage AI, automation, and high throughput tools. So this structure helps us move from broad challenge to actionable and accelerated innovation. Now I will show some of the key outcomes from the Material for Energy Storage program. Here we highlight our work on the vanadium redox flow battery for rural electrification, developed at IIT Delhi, and this system aimed to provide reliable long duration energy for rural household. So IIT Delhi built two 2.5 kilowatt hour vanadium flow battery unit, each capable of supplying up to 12 hours for electricity for load between 175 and 500 watt. So the battery used V2O5 electrolyte and PE membrane and perform across -5 degree to +45 degrees Celsius. So this ensures robust operation in real condition. Its projected lifespan is over 20,000 cycles. Finally, the technology has been transferred to Indus Power, making a key step towards large-scale deployment of sustainable rural energy solution. This is the another outcome from this program. This project presents a rapidly charged e-cycle powered by sodium-ion battery and supercapacitor, and developed at IIT Kanpur. And the team created novel sodium-ion battery material that are 73% cheaper than lithium-ion cell, making e-cycle far more affordable. So these batteries provide 8 to 10 kilometers per charge, ideal for short distance mobility and last mile transport. So the integration with supercapacitor also enable fast charging, improving user convenience and operational efficiency. And this technology has been successfully transferred to universal mobility, moving it closer to real world deployment. So we all know how solar and wind have changed the energy landscape. But as we move forward, we face challenges, intermittency and storage. That's why we call this next phase the second generation of renewable. And at the heart of it, it's hydrogen, a clean, storable, and a versatile. So hydrogen can carry renewable power across sectors, from transport to industry, So it's not just about replacing fossil fuels, it's about creating a complete sustainable energy ecosystem. So hydrogen as a fuel, the next generation for renewable energy. So this is a basic slide, I'm just skipping this root slide. Now, coming to the next theme, next generation wastewater-based hydrogen production. So this is a futuristic concept with enormous potential for clean energy innovation. Why I am explaining this? Because next financial year we are planning to come up with the call based on these topics. So instead of using fresh water, the process use treated or industrial wastewater for hydrogen generation through electrolysis. So this idea support water conservation, waste reduction and the circular economy. At present, many research institutes and innovation teams are actively exploring this approach to make hydrogen production more sustainable and efficient. So given India's clean energy ambition, the market for electrolyzer-based wastewater hydrogen system could grow significantly in the near future. So it is truly represent the next frontier in renewable energy research. So one more concept here is the new era of direct saltwater-based hydrogen production. Traditional electrolysis method rely heavily on pure fresh water, which limits scalability in regions facing water scarcity. So to overcome this, direct saltwater electrolysis emerging as a promising pathways. So it enables hydrogen generation directly from seawater, eliminating the need of costly desalination step. Here the saltwater electrolysis setup demonstrate how innovative catalyst and electron design can minimize chlorine evaluation and enhance hydrogen selectivity. So this approach not only broaden the resource base for green hydrogen, but also support the sustainability goal for future energy system. Now let us look at hydrogen production demand in India. So currently, India produces around 6 million metric tons of hydrogen every year. But the demand is a bit higher, about 6.7 million tons. If we break it down, refining uses 2.6 million tons, ammonia about 3.6 million, and methanol roughly 0.4 million tons, with smaller application making up the rest. Now, looking ahead, demand is set to double to 12 million tons by 2030 and could reach 29 million tons by 2050. So this trend shows that hydrogen is not just another fuel, it's becoming a cornerstone of India's clean energy transition. So the National Green Hydrogen Mission launched in January 2023 is a landmark in India's clean energy roadmap. It targets 5 million tons of green hydrogen every year, supported by 60 to 100 gigawatt of electrolyzer and 125 gigawatt of renewable energy. With an investment of 8 lakh crore, the mission saves about 1 lakh crore in import and cut 50 million tons of CO2 emission annually. So it also includes testing as safety initiatives like a National Center for Hydrogen Safety and Testing Infrastructure for equipment and quality standard. You have seen that MNRE has come up with this call. So together these steps position India as a leader in the global green hydrogen ecosystem. So how much minute I have? Okay. On this slide, we look at DST's key hydrogen and fuel cell initiative. Over the years, DST has built a large and diverse portfolio supporting 96 projects with nearly 142 crore invested. So I'm not going to explain this because this is the several DST program which we have launched, and there are many their ongoing project is there. So I want to talk about something about Hydrogen Valley project. So I'm going to skip this. Yeah, these are some of the senders which DST has supported. This is DST-IIT Mumbai Energy Storage Platform on Hydrogen, a national level initiative supported by DST, and this Center of Excellence led by IIT Mumbai, and Professor Pratibha Sharma in the audience is the lead PI in collaboration with IIT Guwahati, Kanpur, Tirupati and Rourkela with a financial outlay of about 10 crore. So this center key objective is to advance research and innovation across the hydrogen value chain, from material and system research to prototype development, technology incubation and industrial collaboration. So we have another center, DST Energy Storage Platform on Hydrogen, led by Non-Ferrous Material Technology Development Hyderabad. And here is the DST funded project which focus on developing a metal-based multi-storage hydrogen purification system. And this system developed at IIT Mumbai aimed to produce ultra-pure hydrogen from low-grade source. So it achieves 6,000 to 10,000 liter per batch with 99.9% purity, using only low-grade thermal input as low as 30 to 50 degrees Celsius. So the research team also developed a pre-industrial prototype capable of compressing hydrogen from 1 to 2 bar to 400 to 450 bar across 20 to 95 degrees Celsius. And this technology has been transferred to NTPC, and this project is led by Dr. Pradhiba from IIT Mumbai. If you have any queries, you can ask, ma'am. This is quantum technology based, this also DST has supported. It's a truly the future of super green hydrogen, and this work was supported under Advanced Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Program. It combines built-in light source, solar concentrator, and quantum photocatalyst to maximize light harvesting. So hydrogen production rate reaching up to 60 liter per hour, and all of this using direct solar energy with no additional power input. So I'm just skipping this. This is some of the outcomes. These are the many DST Center of Excellence supported by under the program which I am handling. So now I will take another 2-3 minutes to, this is very important because most of the program DST is working under mission innovation. So I would talk about, take half a minute to explain this. The whole concept of mission innovation started in November 2015 when the heads of various different governments, including India represented by our Prime Minister. So mission innovation platform is one of the most powerful and enabling platform which brings a lot of countries and a lot of technologies on board and enable collaboration and collaborative effort to take on challenges that are global importance. And in that context, Mission Innovation 2 was launched to accelerate technology, particularly with emphasis on Paris Accord, which India is part to. That is the main idea, is to reduce the global warming, and that is where energy become very important entire cycle. Sir, I have only 3 minutes I will take. So now I will talk about the Hydrogen Valley, which DST has come, it is first of kind in India. If you look at that global Hydrogen Valley count, Europe currently hosts 78 Hydrogen Valley across 20 countries with 121 million invested. Globally, we can see 23 more Hydrogen Valley in 18 countries supported by 80 billion euro. And a major highlight is here is India's Hydrogen Valley Innovation Cluster. 4 small projects with 170 crore funding showing India's move into demonstration level hydrogen ecosystem. So together these figures reflect the sharp global momentum behind the hydrogen development. So these are the valleys that DST along with MNRE has supported. Based on the DST selection process, 4 Hydrogen Valley Innovation Clusters, you can see in this slide, have recommended and also it's initiated. These include IIT Jodhpur, focusing on electrolysis-based hydrogen production and application in transport and ammonium production. The second one, NCL Pune, leveraging bioethanol on electrolysis route with utilization in fine chemicals and hydrogen-powered buses. Then we have Kerala Hydrogen Valley, which is Anert Kochi HVIC, integrating electrolysis for ammonia production, city gas blending, and multimodal transport. And finally, we have IIT Bhubaneswar HVIC, emphasizing hydrogen use in green steel and mining transport. So together these clusters represent a balanced mix of academic, leadership, industrial partnership, and regional diversity, paving the way of India's integrated hydrogen ecosystem. So the last, we are coming up with the fellowship program. We plan to launch maybe next month. So these slides cover the DST's fellowship program, a major step in international hydrogen research collaboration. DST, in partnership with the University of Groningen, offers fellowship for postdoc, doctoral candidate, and academic faculty. So important point is Groningen charges no bench fee. DST provides the stipend, and for postdoc and PhD relocation support as well. So there is also an option for joint postdoctoral and joint doctoral program, and for joint PhD fellow Groningen at top of funding and top of the DST stipend. So the program is still under development, but it clearly signals India's commitment to building a strong, globally connected hydrogen research ecosystem. So last slide. Our way forward is focus on one central goal, bridging the gap between the academic research and market demand. We plan to encourage and eventually require joint industry academic project so that innovate move faster towards deployment. PhD scholars and students will guide to take an internship with companies to better understand real world need. And finally, a key step is the ministry will identify group working on similar battery and hydrogen system and support joint project and startup to achieve specific mission driven target. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Pai, for a wonderful lecture. Actually, in continuation to what was already discussed by Dr. Sandhi in his first lecture, actually, that he was stressing on the translation of R&D to technologies in immediate or faster pace at which nation needs. Partly the reply came from Dr. Pai that various kinds of initiatives, that national level initiatives that have already taken shape in shaping up things during and beyond energy transitions, starting from renewables, from solar PV, to make it affordable to arrange into something around 2 rupees per unit cost, like to batteries with various kinds of centers of excellence in India, to bring it to some stage actually where the technology transfers are taking place from the fundamental research to technology development, and when some recent technology developments of your CCS technologies for during transition leading to hydrogen as a alternative, using various national resources like your wastewater to hydrogen and this kind of developments that India is taking, which will be definitely going in a better way for India. That has been amply demonstrated, and when the technology transfers which have been taken, not that it is not like government imposed technology transfers, like some of the private firms which are already taken, the private industries are taken into this thing. That was really, it is a wonderful achievement, and it will be instilling confidence to India in furtherance of our ultimate goal and missions, and various kinds of opportunities that are existing, that have been created by DST under their leadership, and that has already been brought out. And due to paucity of time, I am not going to have any more questions in this thing, and interesting people may interact with Dr. Pai, who will be here. With the due apology to Dr. Pai, actually don't mind actually. Okay. And we will be going without cutting short our lunchtime, actually. There are process for the students also. Some of us actually we need to skip lunch, but the students cannot skip the lunch. So we will go to the next point. It's a big clap to Dr. Pai.
Thank you, sir. So before we move on, so we would like Dr. Kamashi Mudli and Dr. Parvatalu to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Ranjit Krishna Pai.
Hello, I can talk from here, right?
Now we will move on to the third plenary lecture by Dr. R. Vijay. It is my honor to invite Dr. R. Vijay, Director of ERC Hyderabad and Autonomous Organization institution under the Department of Science and Technology. Dr. Vijay is a chemical engineer from Regional Engineering College, Warangal, in mechanical engineering at IIT Madras, and then a PhD from IIT Madras. And then since joining ARCA Scientist B in 1996, he has built an outstanding career spanning over 3 decades in advanced materials and process developments. And Dr. Vijay's research contributions span a long range, actually wide spectrum of current interests, especially critical domains including nanomaterials, high kinetic processing, oxide dispersion strength steels, battery materials for lithium-ion and sodium-ion systems, supercapacitors, biomaterials, additive manufacturing, hydrogen storage materials, so on and so forth. He has successfully transferred 5 significant technologies to industries, including battery-grade LFP cathode materials, silica aerogel insulation sheets, lead-free copper alloys, tungsten jet vanes, and heat pipe-based heat sinks. And he has several accolades in his career. And then without mentioning more, I would like to request Dr. Vijay to deliver the PD lecture on development of materials and process for energy and ARCI.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm standing between you and the lunch. So I think I'll just quickly finish it so I don't hold you much. That's what it is. So I'm just going to move into one more thing. I was looking at Professor Sonday's lecture when he was looking at our knowledge, and then you need to use it for the science, and then going for the disruptive technologies. So in order to do that, I also agree knowledge always we pray for Saraswat, and then but you also need Lakshmi. You need to have. See, you need to have Lakshmi to generate or to get knowledge, and then use this knowledge and then to generate money. So that's why always, we need to have both Lakshmi and Saraswati goddesses together always. So that's what it gives you. And then that's what we do it at ARCI. So we pump in money to build knowledge and then use that knowledge to again generate money. So this is what is going to come, and then it's the mandate of ARCI. It's a Department of Science and Technology Institute, and the clear-cut mandate is development of high-performance materials and eventually transfer this demonstration at a prototype scale, pilot scale, and then transfer of technologies to the industry. And other important vertical is a human resource development. So we train, because essentially that's what it comes out. When you talk to the institute, and then you always say that my people are not getting employed. The people coming out from the college is not getting employed. But when you ask about industry, why they are not taking, they say that the students are not employable, not ready, industry ready. So that's why there is a gap. So what industry wanted and then what education institutions are giving. So what we do is we train them, we bridge that gap, and then we make those students, make those scholars, industry ready so that they can be employed. And if you are looking at more thrust areas at growth, because it started in 1996 with the 3 different divisions, powder metallurgy, engineered coatings, and ceramic processing. But then eventually with the requirement for the Indian technological requirement, scientific requirement, then we moved on. And then we essentially, to start that is our energy. When we started working in energy is from 2004. We started with the fuel cell, PEM fuel cell technology, which is housed at IIT Research Park, presently CFCT. Then we moved on to the solar energy materials. Then you have a battery materials. Like this we have gone in. And we have been working on hydrogen generation, then hydrogen conversion, and then hydrogen storage, and then as well as for the battery energy storage. We have been extensively working. And precisely at ARCA, what we do it is, we just, you might have heard about Valley of Death. You know, on one hand, in the left side is an invention, and then right side is an innovation, where the industry is looking at money because of the commercialization and then other aspects. But whereas in the left side, we as the scientists, research scholars, the students, we start working at a basic research, then of course at a concept research. So so many of the technologies from the invention, they just die. That's called the valley of death. So what we do is, we take them, you know, we allow them to cross that valley of death, so we don't allow them to die. So that's, we create an ecosystem at ARCI, and then we do that kind of hand-holding to the people, to the industry, to the startups, and then as well as for our own technologies, what we do. And in a nutshell, what we are looking at it is materials and then manufacturing processes and transfer to industry. That is a mantra of ARCI mandate. And translating research to technology. And we have done around 45 technologies we have transferred over this period from 1996 onwards. And then plus 250 plus solutions what we have given to the industry. So when we give to the solution is an incremental innovation. And then when you give a technology, it's a complete an innovation which is developed by us. So catering to the everything, strategic sector, then automobiles, industries, then textiles, space. So all those areas we have been working on it. And then so for this energy and environment, this conference which is pertaining, so I'll just talk about the work, what efforts, what we have done in terms of the energy generation and then energy storage. So quickly I will move on. You know, when we started, as I mentioned, that our Center for Fuel Cell, we have started in 2004 on fuel cells. So how it has done it, you know, it's a overall growth. What we have done is, you know, it's a materials, then components, then we started with single cell, then short stack, full stack, balance of systems, then system integrations, then product, then we went up to the field trials. So this is what we have gone through, all those steps, which is actually done by our group. Then, so that is what, most of that, it's just not the science, but also the engineering aspect when you are building a product which has come into that. And then many simulations, many things which has come. And then over a period of time, and during that, then they have developed technology, which is all of the catalyst coated electrocatalyst. So this is all durable carbon supported platinum. You know, so platinum is a catalyst which is used in the fuel cells. And that's a technology is developed and then transferred to an industry. And of course, with the funding from MNRE, we have established a facility, complete facility to manufacture fuel cells up to 20 kilowatts. You can name it the 1 kilowatt, 5 kilowatt, 20 kilowatts, and then whereas all the things, you can see those, all those stacks, components, and you could see that. So we can make all those stacks, and this is what we have done. So we started with the 1 kilowatt, 5 kilowatts, and then 10 kilowatts. So this is over a period of time we have established that kind of an expertise and the knowledge and what we have done. And then this is all demonstrated with the three-wheelers for the automobiles, and then as well as for the stationary applications at different locations. And the other important aspect more recently this year, they have demonstrated fuel cell stack to powering a cell phone towers. And imagine when you want to looking at the communication as, of course, very has become an integral part of every human being. And if you do not have a proper communication network, you know, we sometimes, you know, we get disconnected. That's the situation over there, so we cannot live with that. So we cannot afford to live with that. So then what is happening is many of the areas, you know, still some of the areas which is in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, or even Himalayas, and then other things which are not connected. So now the biggest challenge is if you want to put a tower, then the energy what you need to give it to that, the electricity what you give it to that is the biggest challenge. So we need to have that system so you can You can have a power generation with a fuel cell, so that can be connected with cell phone towers. And then this is what demonstrated at Pune with an Airtel cell phone tower. So it is kind of when you put a solar panel, then you generate hydrogen with an electrolyzer, then use that hydrogen to feed into the fuel cell. And then from the fuel cell, you generate electricity, and then you run either you charge batteries, and then you run you power the cell phone towers. And this is what is being demonstrated. We have been working on it. And then whole our team, Pune Municipal Corporation, this year they have demonstrated. So this is what a nutshell. I'm not going into the science, or I'm not going into the more gritty details because of the paucity of time. But I'll just give you throw a flavor, and then what kind of work it has been done. So this is what in a nutshell on the fuel cell what we have done. And now I will jump on to the hydrogen production, because we have been talking about various aspects. My earlier speaker has mentioned it. I'm not going into this fundamental. Everybody knows, more respect and then things. So this is also said that, it's all produced hydrogen from naphtha. So that's what the cost is so cheap. And then when you are looking at other methods, the cost is $5 a kg. That's what the hydrogen it is there. So then they are also classified hydrogen into different categories. Then you have a brown, gray, blue, and then green. So we are actually talking about a green hydrogen. So that is what in essence government is also pushing for a green energy. So whether it can be from the water using solar energy, you can do that, or you can always generate from the biomass or biogas, what you can do that. So, but what we are actually looking at it is a kind of a next thing what we are going to work on that systems, even green hydrogen. So this is all actually during my PhD topic. These are the slide we have been using it. Ideally is you use the seawater, generate hydrogen, then use that hydrogen, take them into water. That's what then, you can utilize that energy. Then again, that water, because of the rain and other things, water goes into the sea. So it's kind of a sustainable system, and then it's a continuous system. So there will be no depletion additionally. But the challenge is it has not come up. See, when I was looking at it, I was doing my PhD on hydrogen storage in somewhere 2002 to 2007. There was a competition between a battery, lithium-ion battery, and then hydrogen run fuel cells for the EV applications. But it took so much time for the fuel cell, but meanwhile more advancements have come in terms of performance and then in terms of the cost. So then all the lithium-ion batteries are fitted into the EVs. So now all the EVs with the lithium-ion batteries are commercialized, whereas fuel cell is very, very rare. It's only running on only the demonstration scale, except the diatomiroy or other things which are only made for the demonstration purpose rather than for the commercialization purpose. So that's what actually, so the basic essentially, if you're looking at, there are many challenges which have to be addressed with and associated with an hydrogen. So still continuous R&D is needed, extensive R&D is needed, and then it has to be not a one single person, but then it has to be a multi-dimensional, and then complementary expertise has to be brought in and then put together and then worked together to save these challenges. And then I was also seeing that some of that out-of-box thought processes have to come in, out-of-box ideas have to come in, instead of just to follow the others and then start working on it and then giving it as an incremental innovation. So then only we can make it as a complete, we can realize complete hydrogen economy. So when you're looking at the cost, that's what I was mentioning. Gray hydrogen is on 160 to 200. Then green hydrogen, it is coming to 350 to 450 per kilogram of the hydrogen. So this is what the things, but then when you start generating green hydrogen and then, but nobody will be there because the cost is very high. So until unless you reduce the cost and then match that, so no one is going to buy this hydrogen. So similarly, it's a global hydrogen review if you're looking at, see you can also say that production of low emission hydrogen, renewables or fossil fuels, it's grown 50%. So from 2021. But then when you compare to the overall, we are saying that growth is 50%, but then the magnitude, if you are coming up, it's much less. Still we are depending upon the hydrogen which is being generated from the fossil fuels. So then, this is also everybody knows, then hydrogen production methods, you can use electrolyzers, then fossil fuels, nuclear energy, renewable energy, you can club it and all. So essentially the must is, what is the state of development? So you can always say that alkaline electrolyzer commercialized, they have been made, but in India still importing. We don't have the capability or capacity building to make alkaline electrolyzers even now in India. PEM electrolysis, product development is over, so because it's only converting into, commercialized, not even commercialized. Then solid oxide electrolysis, still only at the research stage. So this is what the status, what you call. So what exactly the things which are not moving in is the lower cost, then reduced cost volatility, better purity, improved safety, lower labor cost, then improved reliability of supply. So until unless these parameters are addressed, then you cannot be able to commercialize this product. So that's what it's going to take to the solid oxide electrolytes or PEM electrolytes. So typically, comparison if you are looking at alkaline, PEM, SOECM and AEM. So different electrodes, different anode, cathode materials, electrocatalyst, all those things looking at operating pressures, you can get it. PEM you can get up to 70 bar you can generate. So stack lifetime will be 20 to 60,000 hours. So compared to the just lower than an alkaline, then that's what is said that matured. Then it comes to around cost will be 500 to 1400 per kilowatt. That's what the cost of the electrolyzer, what you say. And then whereas PEM electrolyzer, it comes out to be 1100 to 1800 per kilowatt. Then SOEC is still higher, 2800 to 5600. So the reason is all the components what you use, the materials what you use, the catalyst what you use in those materials are expensive than the normal the electrolyzer. So that's what the cost which is coming up. And then, so you can say if you're looking at global manufacturers and then its performance data, there are two medium to large scale manufacturers which are there rather than alkaline water electrolyzers. I mean, these are all the many companies we can say. So when you are boiled down to what are the key performance indicators if you are looking at. So for a electrolyzer technology, you need to have a nominal current density, that's what you have to do it, then voltage range, then operating temperature, then cell pressure, then load range, hydrogen purity, what purity of hydrogen you are getting it. So these are all the key performance indicators, and then until unless, I mean from that, then you can choose, you can work on what kind of materials, what kind of technology, what kind of engineering, you can do that, and then when you are making it as a things. And then you can also on the right side, the right column, you can always see that what are all the R&D focus areas, what we need in each and every key performance indicators. And so what we have done is keeping in that all this mind, then we have done it as an advanced electrolyzer technology using proton exchange membrane technology. We have done an hydrogen production, we reduced it. So that's what it says that, favorable anodic reaction other than oxygen evolution. Then using as a methanol reforming, we used as an electrolyzer for the methanol, because methanol is also made, but we can always, so that's why I'm not calling it as a green until unless it is made from the biomass. So now it can be adapted even to the methanol. People are working on it, so it can be easily adapted to that. So, and then unlike alkaline electrolyzer, this uses a very energy consumption is less. It takes around 17 units per kg of hydrogen, unlike 50 units per kg when it compared to the alkaline electrolyzer. Then there is no, you get a pure hydrogen, already you have a membrane is available, so you don't need a separate purification process you need to have. So whatever you get from the hydrogen, you get from that is around 99.98% pure, what you kind of things. So what we have done is we have set up, with our, with an experience, with an knowledge, what we have gained from the fuel cells, when we used that and then we built the stack, and we produced, demonstrated it, 5 kg per hour per day of this alkaline, this PEM based methanol reformer to produce hydrogen. And that's what it says, that 17 kilowatt, 17 units per kg of hydrogen, that's what it says. Then you can say that $3 to $4 a kg. So that's why, which is much less than that cost, what we can always say that. We filed the patents. And it's been running for the last 2-3 years. We have demonstrated, we understood the balance of the plant, everything what we have we built across that. And then we have also connected this to the solar PV panels, and then used that solar power to run the system. And then this also we have demonstrated over a period of time. And then finally, on 4th November, we have transferred this technology to one startup company with Infi Hydro Solutions Private Limited. I'll just 5 minutes, yeah. So this is what, so he is going to basically, essentially what we are looking at it is an hydrogen generation things. We are looking at as a captive requirement. So when you're looking at any other industries, you know, the cement industry is the most, cement industry, you know, gives out more amount of, you know, CO2 rather than any other industry, because inherently the CO2 comes out from the calcination of the calcium carbonate, and then also the CO2 comes out from the burning of the fossil fuels. So when you have a captive hydrogen plant which is there in the cement industries, then they can use it to fire their kilns, and then also use this hydrogen to convert that CO2 into any other organic product which can be used as a solid product in a raw materials, and then other aspects. So we're also working on, quickly I'll go through that, you know, alkaline electrolyzers, you know, so we may be thinking that what's great in it. So essentially we need to reduce the cost, so we are working on all alkaline electrolyzers use nickel based nickel alloys, nickel-based alloys to use it. They are expensive, and then most of the nickel is not available in India. So what we have done is we have essentially used it as a stainless steel, and then we put a corrosion resistance coating on the system, and then that gives you very good corrosion resistance with the 6 molar KOH solutions. And yeah, so these are all the components what we made it. And then that made that cost will be very, very cheap. So you are actually avoiding that. And then on top of it, the oxide product, when we have oxidized the surface, is actually acting as an electrocatalyst. So that's why the hydrogen release efficiency is also very high. And you can see that all the components, all the systems, we have done this, demonstrated it, and so you can always, this is all the designs, we made it, and single, 4-cell stack, we made it, then all the BOP, we made it, and also we have, you can see that, the cell, you know, the hydrogen gas which is coming up from that. You can always see. Then we are looking at this also 1 kilowatt alkaline electrolyzer. This gives you around 1 meter cube per hour capacity. And this is also designed and then built. And then more recently what we have done is, even though we are talking about hydrogen everywhere, but essentially is we are not talking about alternate method to avoid LPG. So essentially you are actually releasing CO2 in your own home. So we have working up with a company, so hydrogen fueled stoves for the cooking purpose, and then this is which we have demonstrated with a company, and this is coming out very well. So you'll have a small system, you can plug it into the electricity, and then you put a water, then you generate hydrogen, and then that can be used for for your cooking purpose, all the stoves. That's what it's being done. And that's all. And then we also have a PEM electrolyzers, which is done. We'll be connecting it to the our solar system, and then making it to the CO2, converting into any other organic compound, not as a fuel, but then as a raw material for any other solid component. So this is what we have done it, and then we have transferred the technology. So another point, I'll just take 3 minutes. So energy storage we are looking at as a lithium-ion batteries. So we looked at, when you say that in a lithium-ion battery cost, So majority 32% cost goes to the cathode electrode materials. So we have done it concentrated on the electrode materials, and then we found, and then there was an NMC chemistry and then LFP chemistry which we done, but then we have found out and then recommended it, and then LFP chemistry batteries are more suitable to the Indian tropical conditions because of the temperatures and other things. And then instability of NMC when it goes temperature beyond 70 degrees. So everybody, all the vehicle manufacturers, even though the energy density is lower in than LFP chemistry, people still, India, many automobile companies have adopted this LFP technologies. So what we have done is, initially a lab scale process we have done with a flame spray pyrolysis, LFP. You could see that carbon coating, very fine coating, large scale batches we have done it. But then when we worked out, the cost is not much. It is 2 times the cost of the material when you import it. So no one can do that. Then we changed over the process, going to the solid state synthesis. Then we found a similar kind of properties of the material. Then we have also, this is what all the parameters what we can get, all those particle powder characteristics what we get in the solid state synthesis. Then we have actually moved on to the industry, to the public-private partnership, and then demonstrated at a large batch of 20 kg batch we could able to do that. That material was done and then made into cells, and then validated with an imported cells what could be the properties. Then we have transferred this technology to an Altimin with the global exclusive and then India non-exclusive terms. And this company is being incubated at ARCI. We have a good incubator facility, so people can come and then startups can come and then do that. This is being inaugurated, and there have been large scale production has been done. So in then LFP, what we started with the 70 grams, then we ended up with demonstrated at a 15 kg, 20 kg, and then we have a 100 kg pilot plant setup. Then you have already going to have around 1,000 tons per annum plant is coming up. So 3 tons per day plant coming up, and then it will be operational in 2026. And that is what the success story which goes in, it's not just because of one person's work, and then it is a teamwork, and it's a multidisciplinary expertise which was brought in, and that's why, from the lab, and then it has gone into the market. And the next generation sodium-ion batteries, with similar thing we have been working on, sodium vanadium phosphate. This is also large scale produced. Then we have made cells, pouch cells, and also we are working with the 2 more companies, so to demonstrate in the cell levels for a stationary applications. So we have also transferred that battery manufacturing expertise to an Ensure in Bangalore, near Bangalore. So they have established a 2 megawatt-hour pouch cell line. And we are also, on top of it, we also have an ecosystem, created an ecosystem where we support the startups or industries. So like an Altimin is a startup, then Cancri is a startup, then we have also made an IIT Delhi, then Magic Mania is another startup for the drone applications. We have been doing that. And then we are also working them, helping industries with the recycling, Nile lithium cycle, that's what the company we are doing it. Then another reason our partner, research partner, CSR, IMMT, we are working on validating that. And then other important aspect is we have received a very big project, MAHA, Mission Advancement in High Impact Areas, and by ANRF, which is on the topic is development and demonstration of materials and then fabrication technologies for the tropical batteries. It was taken on consortium mode. ARCI is the lead, and we have academic partners with IIT Hyderabad, IIT Tirupati, IIT Bhilai, IIT DM, ICTEE, NIT Warangal, whereas industry is Altimin, Tata Motors, Amaraja Batteries, then Himadri Chemicals, then Innovative Filtrex. So this is what it is done. So 5 years project, we would able to do materials, next generation materials, and then fabrication technologies. We have to develop, demonstrate, and then we also put it in as a 2 megawatt-hour rapid prototyping center, making cylindrical and then as well as prismatic cells, and that can be used, that can be useful not only for our materials to validate, but also useful for any other startups or any other academic institute. They can bring in their materials, they can bring in their expertise, cell manufacturing. So we can use these facilities to get the cells made, and then they can go to the their application industries, and then for the application validation. And we are also use another model as a GOCO model. So GOCO model, that means government-owned, company-operated. So people can come to us and then pay money and then use our own equipment. So they don't have to invest. They don't have to look for bother for the capex. And then why I'm telling is many of the youngsters, when you come out, see, when we just come out from our college, we didn't have much opportunities to become an entrepreneur, to become an industry. That was what we looked at as a government job or a job at an industry or any other thing. But now, as you students, youngsters, you have a lot of opportunities, and then you can have, you have an idea. And then government is also looking at RDI, Research Development and Innovation Fund. So that gives you a up to 10 crores, that gives you a interest-free loan up to 15 years. You start paying after 15 years only. So that kind of an ecosystem is created. Government has 1 lakh crores, the government has allotted. And you can use those facilities, and then you can always finance it, get the used finances, and then come to us and then use our facilities so to manufacture it at lower numbers till you stand on your legs and then develop your own industries. So when you become an entrepreneur, you not only contribute to you, but you also contribute to the nation, and then you also give you a lot of employment and other things. So that's what a lot of opportunities for the youngsters now. So in conclusion, of course, in the battery materials, we have done small scale to the large scale. And this is only the case study I've told you, which is relevant for this energy. But then every project, every materials, what I showed you on the 11 areas of excellence. So we follow the similar kind of models. We do it, and then take it to the end. And all this is, because I'm just talking it, and then I've been leading some of the programs associated with some of the programs. But this is all possible because of my colleagues and then my students at working in ARC and then technical staff. And then, of course, funding from DST, NRF, and then MNRE. And finally, I'm a firm believer. It's kind of called as together we win. I fully echo with Professor Sonde's message in his first lecture. So it could be together we have to work and to win, and then to make impact, and then to make it contribute to Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay, for a wonderful lecture actually that has spanned about very impressive developments at ARC for the past 2 decades in various contemporary energy-related areas like hydrogen and fuel cells, batteries. These are the various kinds of developments that are indigenously acclaimed in the sense that they are for indigenous utility at scales of cost effectivity and with materials which are indigenously developed for their own use. Say whether it is cathode materials or electrolytic developments, or even for practical utility in various kinds of applications that was amply proven in various areas, especially the developments in cost-cutting methods in alkaline electrolyzers, PEM fuel cells. This is a very significant thing in electrolyzer development, whether it is ARC Hyderabad or either ARC Chennai. The development that they have taken in methane fuel cells also, especially in energy reduction technologies that have been employed by them, it's really impressive. The incubation facilities that have been created for a wider audience, especially for the students and especially for anybody, not only for students, actually anybody who develops some kind of idea that has been developed at some preliminary proof of concept level, and then he wants to make it to scale up without any hesitation. They can go to ARCA. That has already been amply demonstrated by ARCA. That is another significant thing. And under the DST, the funding and all these things have been coming up. And these are about some of the things which have been mentioned by Dr. Vijay. And we can have one or two questions actually at this later also, just because he has finished it on time. So if anybody has some kind of one or two, but quick question without elaborating your question, actually, if you can come out, we'll be grateful to you. Audience, please. Be specific, kind of don't mind actually.
Yeah, sure. Sir, I am Rajni from Baba Atomic Research Center, Kalpakkam. I am working in AM electrolyzers. In your comparative chart, I just saw that there is no information about the lifetime and all. Can you just mention in quick words what could be the challenge in implementing an AM electrolyzer?
The membrane is the biggest challenge. You know, you cannot people have been trying it, even our group, because I didn't mention, because it's only still at the very low TRL level work, what it is done, 3, 4. It's not gone beyond that because there are other challenges. And then we can ask my colleague Raman Vedrajan is there. So yeah, you can always answer about it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Right. But it's a still lot of challenges, lot of work to do. You know, biggest challenge is the membrane. What is an availability and then other things.
Sir, how we can improve the membrane, because I am also facing the ohmic drop with that membrane.
So they have identified more recently some of the local, you know, I was looking at again the temperatures and then other aspects. So whereas, you know, even in our PEM electrolyzers, you know, they're still being used as a Nafion. So you don't have to, you have no other alternative, you know, because it works at 50, 60 degrees centigrade. The other membranes which are available, but then they degrade fast, you know, if you are going into the higher temperatures. But whereas in the alkaline electrolyzers, the membrane which is all done, it's not Nafion. So for the separation, then there is a local supply is available. So we have been also working on validating those membranes with the people. So it has to be done. Otherwise, you cannot have a, you know, monopoly. So you have to come out with it. Or you come up with a technology which you don't need a membrane at all. So that's what it is, you know, you have to look at it, you know, out of the box thinking. There is I thought I was discussing with some company in Bangalore. So he was looking at as membrane-less electrolyzers. So he has created a kind of a flow models in the electrodes itself. And then that actually with yes, controlling with the porosity and then flow channels and then permeability of that. So that itself actually separates out, you know, your hydrogen and then oxygen itself. So you can avoid the membranes.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So with this, we are coming to the end of this particular session. And I thank all the three speakers, especially Dr. Swandi and Dr. Pai and Dr. Vijay, for extremely useful and then very innovative technological developments that are taking place in contemporary energy areas, especially these batteries, during and beyond transition, especially when we start talking about batteries developments and then your hydrogen developments, hydrogen storage development, energy storage developments, several innovative ideas that have been translated into technology developments and that have very good bearing in the future in leading to net zero solutions in the long run for the country as a whole and in turn the global energy perspective in larger perspective, because that often our Prime Minister always gives via Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is the kind of approach that the technologies that are leading to, and I am thankful to each and every speaker, and kindly bear with me because of the paucity of time, just we had to cut short some of the question answers and all.
Thank you, sir. We request Dr. U. Kamashi Mudli and Dr. D. Parvatalu to graciously present a token of appreciation to Dr. R. Vijay. also request Dr. J. Kanchana to join Dr. U. Kamashi Midli to present a token of appreciation to Dr. D. Parvatalu. Sir, can you please join Kanchana ma'am? Thank you, sir, for your wonderful session chairing for the plenary lectures. Now we are breaking for lunch. So we will have the lunch break until 2:30. We will meet at the respective halls. The lunch is served in the dining hall, which is again the same dining hall what we had in the morning, that is refreshment. Before breaking for lunch, we request all the dignitaries, the delegates, participants to assemble for photo session near the podium. I repeat, please quickly join for a quick photo session. The participants, the young participant can they can assemble near the stage down. The delegates can be on the stage. The participants from the backside, please come forward so that we can have our lunch quickly. We request the students who can come forward and sit near the bouquets forward. Nikkalangla? Okay.
கொஞ்சம் பின்னாடி போயிட்டு உள்ள வேண்டாம் எல்லாரும் கொஞ்சம் சேர்ல ஓகே ஓகே அப்போ சென்டர் ஸ்டேஜ் பின்னாடி போக சொல்லலாம் அதாவது ஸ்டேஜ் நடுவில் போக சொல்லலாம் போனோம்னா வெளியே எடுத்தா கரெக்டாக இப்போ கீழே இருந்தால் ஓகே ஓகே
Rajesh, please join us. Thank you all. So we request all the dignitaries, invited speakers and delegates to assemble in the dining hall for the lunch, and we will resume our sessions, other technical sessions in hall 1, hall 2.